Hello again, Strickpop. Welcome back to my channel and my stream, where we're playing on the day after the patch. Yesterday I did play some after they patched. I played actually quite a bit after the patch, and well, I'm happy with the buffs. The buffs mostly affect the skill trees, not the Paragon boards, which means it's mostly affecting early game. Sure, the cooldown reductions and stuff do affect the late game, but in general, I think late game players won't see that much of a buff from those so-called buffs. And in terms of experience rates, pardon me, moment. I've just woken up early. I still haven't finished my breakfast. In terms of the experience rates, just as I predicted, they're barely noticeable. Barely noticeable. Most of the rewards from dungeons and stuff should be 10 times as much. Like instead of 140,000, you should be getting 1.4 million for completing a dungeon at level 70 something. The same goes for whispers. The same goes for various overworld activities. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Unfortunately, they don't want you to level up fast. Unfortunately, they don't want you to respect at reasonable cost, and unfortunately they don't want you to have reasonable storage space. So while there's a lot of unfortunate things, at least there are some good things, and that's all the minor buffs and major buffs. Hopefully they look into Paragon boards as well. Okay, my friend's asking if I want to do dungeons. Yes, I want to do dungeons, although he picks some terrible dungeons that while he's carrying, it's nice. I cannot participate because he picks terrible ones in terms of dungeon bases and stuff. He's gonna be rolling. I'm not going to voice chat because when I go into voice chat with my friends, I end up neglecting the stream and the stream chat. And since you're not hearing what they're saying, and good thing you're not hearing what I'm saying, my channel will get cancelled right away if you could hear what my friends say, even though it's in Bulgarian. I'll wait for the Legion event. Maybe. They should have made Legion events scalable to the player level after level 70x, so that there is a point of high level players going in Legion events, like 70 plus players. And disappointing in this front as well. So the things that I felt needed boosting the most, which is the experience rates and the storage space and the spec cost being reduced, those three things didn't end up being part of this patch. This so overhyped patch. But I'm happy that there's various boosts to various skill trees, such as the cooldown reduction for this skill, which right now, thanks to my cooldown reduction from items, is 36 seconds. And how much cooldown reduction do I have from gear? I want to remember. I think it's like 20 something percent. 18%. It says you have 8 quests left in Kyrgyzstan, but you do not see any quests markers on the minimap. Some of those you need to kill monsters, they would drop something, and that something would trigger a quest. We could put it that way. Also, you might need to walk around and find some hidden NPCs. Like there is a quest over here. If you know this Helltide Island or whatever you want to call it, this island, there is one NPC over here that could give you a quest. So yeah, some of those are a little hidden, those side quests. But yeah, I think there's some quests around here that give you some item. There's probably quests around here that give you some item when you kill a monster, and then that triggers the quest. I'm not a fan of this being that way, like hidden side quests. if you're gonna do hidden content, don't make it part of the renowned stuff. Don't make it a side quest. Make it something just as a completely different experience. Like, I'm not sure even what word would fit well, because they already use the word side for the renowned stuff. So I really need HotA content. Really need HotA content for the Forgotten Souls. But since my dungeon's gonna be doing some carries, my friend's gonna be doing some dungeon carries, I'll take advantage of that, because it's good. I need that glyph experience.
The burning hells draw near! Cast aside your decadent ways! Repent!
Waiting for my friend to finish smoking, rolling and smoking. In the meantime, I could do some HotA stuff. HotA also didn't get a much needed buff in terms of many things.
May the daughter of hatred take you!
But they really need to increase the drop rates of Forgotten Souls. They should make them a guaranteed drop for when you complete an event and get that event chest, or for when you open any of those HotA boxes. And based on the cost, for every 25 cinders you have paid, there should be up to one for every cinder. For every 25 cinders, up to one um, Forgotten Soul. So if it's a 75 box, up to 3. 150, up to 6. 175, maybe up to 7. Up to. Obviously, there should be a minimum that, again, should depend on the cost of the box. Let me go and open one box. Oh, just one box. I hate this event on melee classes that don't have AoE. At least on my druid. At least I had massive long range AoE with shockwave. This one doesn't have massive long range AoE other than the ultimate, but that's like 30 something seconds cooldown, so and there's those stupid spiders. Well, I got my one box before my friend was ready for dungeons. Do I want leg guards? Well, not gonna go and look for anything special. See, this disappointing. You waste your cinders and then you don't get forgotten souls, and it sucks. I feel like you're wasting your time. A lot of furry rogue around me. Furry is such a fun skill to use and build around. I did enjoy it as my first post-launch build on the rogue, for sure. I mean, for those post-launch builds, I mostly picked stuff that I enjoy using. Let me check if this one was the ring one. If it's the ring one, it's perfect. Only one cinder? Or maybe it did drop more, I just didn't notice it. Why is it not letting me? I need a box. Box. Ideally, jewelry for rings or protection. What the fuck? What did so much damage to me in this little time in a hell tide? And another one that didn't drop Forgotten Souls. Fucking embarrassment, this patch, in terms of some things like the experience, the zero stash increase, and the hell tide experience. Shouldn't be that difficult to add extra storage. They already have the stash tapped system. They just need to add a few more to it, and that's it. Or to reduce the cost of repecs. Do I have sigils? Let's see. This one is interesting though. If only it had life or cooldown reduction, I could reroll one of the things.
What's still got some good in it?
This one's nice actually, because of the life and danger reduction from distant enemies. But this one's better. 632 and this one is 510. In both cases, it's not top nor middle. 16% danger reduction to close. This one is 17 from distant. But on this one I could reroll the resistance. That's the difference. I'll keep both of them for now. I'll keep them both just to be on the safe side. Let's not reroll yet. I could use those for upgrading stuff at the blacksmith first. Let's see which dungeon did he pick. Here 43. Yeah. Yeah, when they wove me in, and I still don't have the damage reduction needed at that level. Or the life, for that matter. Oh shit. Oh, an event. So much poison. I run out of potions with all that fucking poison. It wasn't even mastery. What dungeon are we doing? Avenger, crowd control resist, physical resist. Why would he pick physical resist when he's a physical build? I guess he didn't have anything better. Come on, come on. Let's see, maybe... Oh yeah, I know. There is one on the other side. Okay. Some potions started dropping. You can heal up. No, I can't. Am I gonna die from the poison? I'll just let myself get carried a bit. Did not see this one before I moved. At least now I have full potions again. Don't understand why he's running this map if he's not getting that much more experience. If he's running level 88 monsters maps, it would be faster for him. But again, maybe he really wants that glyph experience, that little bit of extra glyph experience. What else is left? One more villager. Probably around here. Hmm. It's not that way, it's this way. Let's see. Ah, fucking explosions again. I should if this was reasonable map, I would have just rushed to complete the objectives. Normally this map I do it that way. I kill those 3 enemies, boom the boss, and then I leave. Instead of killing every single trash mob on the way. 'Cause it's just not the way I like doing maps, but my friend likes clearing everything. Maybe he thinks I'll die if he doesn't clear everything, if we just skip stuff. Because if he's after glyph XP, which clearly he is, if he's running something this much higher than his level, if he's after glyph XP, he would want to be speedrunning things. But if he's after experience, then he shouldn't be doing this level in the first place. It's fucking poison. See, those we don't need to fight. We can just rush to the boss right now. The Strict new patch is Wosen. We'll see how it goes with the other patches, because I'm pretty sure there will be at least one other big patch before the first season. But so far, just as I expected, they barely did any changes to the experience. I cannot notice any changes to the experience right now. But I did predicted that this is how it's gonna be with that patch. Kind of was expecting it to be not as good as I was hoping. They didn't address the storage space problem, they didn't address the respec cost problem, and they definitely didn't address the Helltide Forgotten Souls drops problem. And they did attempt to address the experience problem, but they failed miserably at addressing the experience rates problem.
See some steel you need?
Like, it's a joke to get 140,000 experience when turning in a fucking bounty at level 70 something, where you need to be getting 1,400,000 when you turn in a full bounty run. The bounty reward needs to be 10 times what we see right now. finishing dungeon rewards 10 times what we see right now. The reward at the end when you're finishing it. Or if not 10 times, at least 5 times. Clearly, they're designing experience rates for a MMORPG game in an action RPG game. In a hack and slash game, World of Warcraft experience rates. Interesting
What's still got
items.
some good in it. Better than starting from nothing.
Let's extract this dire whirlwind, because I might need it eventually. What did I need to replace in terms of aspects? Like this one. This one, currently I have it as a fewer, because I didn't have anything better. And this one needs an aspect as well. I wanted a specific aspect there, but I forgot which one it was. Which one did I want? Oh yeah, I wanted disobedience, right? But I didn't have enough materials to put disobedience on it. Well, now I do, even though it's not the best road. It's the minimum road. It's still better than 0. So I need to get a good rapid. Need to get a good rapid and ideally a better road accelerating. And the one that gives me fury per second after shouting with the shouts. They also need to boost the experience from legions. After level 70, they need to make the legions start scaling a bit more. Now I wait for my friend. I'm waiting for my friend to decide on the next dungeon. I'll finish my breakfast in the meantime. Let's take those vitamins. No, the other dude's coming as well. Experience when I'm getting boosted by my friends, the experience is slower than when I'm sewing because they're very slow. Like they constantly go and row and smoke, or something else would happen, and there's just so much idle time. Soon I'll go and just do soul leveling because this one, I'm only liking this because it's a good glyph experience. But when I consider it, when I do things so, it's actually better glyph experience because I do I do more dungeons per hour, even if I don't kill every single monster for experience. At least I kill a ton of monsters that are necessary to kill, and I still get more grief experience probably because I end up completing more low level dungeons. If not better, it should be kind of around the same glyph XP when I rush dungeons of lower tier compared to getting carried in high tier dungeons. Because yesterday and the day before, I could go into 2 dungeons between Legion events. So I could do a Legion event and 2 dungeons every half an hour. In an hour, that's 4 dungeons and 2 Legion events. So that was definitely reasonable back then. See, right now instead of idling here, I should have probably been doing the Helltide, but or I should have gone to the Legion event and just done that. Look at this. I can only see one of them. I don't know where the other one is. It says Zerbinzet and Ket Bardu. Aha. Ket Bardu. That's where. What are we waiting for? Seriously. Wow, Metit might as well salvage some CGUs. I don't need. I was telling them about that, about how I think the experience should be to make it feel reasonable, and the difference of experiencing this experience and what's worth doing and what isn't worth doing. Look at that, I'm sitting idle. I can do this much idle time. I told them I'll go speedrun lower level dungeons. Because this is boring. I can't sit in town for like 10 minutes while they're scratching their bows. Let's see. And Dazer said they're bored to address those problems. They already made too much money. Bored is not the right word. Bored is definitely not the right word. But I definitely understand what you mean. How many more? Oh, no more. Just need to travel to the next area. Where is the next? Aha. It's here. Is this already 25? Yes, it's 25 now. 73. Well, I don't want to level too fast right now. Right now, for me, my priority is glyph experience. So I can at least have 3 glyphs leveled up before I make this build video. Again, until they touch the respect costs and make them more reasonable at max level, I'm not gonna try and get max level. For me right now, max level is a curse. Sure, I'll be stronger, I'll be doing higher level content, but what's the point if I have to pay 20 million to respect my character fully, just so I can make another build? It could be Paladin, it could be Crusader, it could be an unholy Cult of Lilith kind of knight, as people revealed from some data mined images. I think what we do need is right now a heavy class, a proper real heavy class, not a warrior like the barbarian, not a shapeshifter like the druid, but a proper heavy class that uses shields and one-handed swords and one-handed maces and two-handed maces. Then the paladin fits the bill. Hammerdins, shield and sword, shield and what's it called? Shield and scepter, one-handed, two-handed scepter. Again, the scepters, they could count them as burgeoning weapons, as maces, instead of making them a new weapon, or they could be a new class-specific weapon, the scepter, one-handed, two-handed as well. And our paladins, that would be so fun. And what was that? I forgot the name of that attack speed skill. Not Barbarian's Frenzy, but the other one, the paladin one that makes you attack faster and faster. And Zeal, no, not Zeal. Was it Zeal? I think it was. I can't remember, but there was this one paladin skill that was super fun, where you attack super fast in Diablo 2. Was it Zeal? Yeah, I guess my first guess was right. Zeal. Maybe, yeah, it could be Zeal. Unless there was another skill other than Zeal that was boosting the attack speed. I guess it's Zeal. I don't know why I thought it isn't Zeal. When I can't remember the name of another skill with attack speed, so it's gotta be a Zeal one. What the fuck? Why do they keep fucking spawning? How many more can I pick up? One more, okay. Should have picked the sword. In terms of monster density, they actually did increase it a lot. In some dungeons, they've added much more monsters and elites. And that's why some people are saying, yeah, this dungeon gives this much experience. Yes, if you kill every fucking monster, if you waste your time to kill every fucking monster, and it's still not enough. 2.5 million experience per dungeon run is a joke if you need like 10,000, 11,000 or whatever. Right now I'm at 8.8 thousand. So wasting half an hour or 20 minutes just to get 2.5 million is not worth it. I should be for half an hour or 20 minutes, I should be getting 5 million experience, not 2.5.
rot's still got some good in it.
Ring with overpower, but no fury and life and crit chance. I'd rather go maximum fury, maximum life, crit chance, and then overpower if I'm lucky. As a damage roll.
Better than starting from nothing.
This is one of the most stupid aspects. Look at the little amount of fortify you get, and yet that's for each point of fury after maximum fury, but it's still super small amount.
What's left, you ask? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I'm not sure if I should worry about Legion events now, because they are good experience, but after level 70, I don't think it's worth it much to go in the Legion events. But it's good oboes, gotta admit that. Wait, I'm not in the dungeon. It would have been better if it teleported me inside of the dungeon instead of outside. They could have made it the moment you teleport onto the dungeon icon to get inside of it. This is where I should have teleported, not in front of the dungeon on the outside. Okay, I didn't want to kill all of those, but they forced me by getting me stuck with those fucking spider webs. They forced my hand. Is that fucking guardian gatekeeper? What now, the boss? Oh, slay all enemies. Fuck, I forgot this one was a shit dungeon. Need to remember that it's a shit one and not do it anymore. The big problem for me would be reaching level 70 something on all heroes, and then after that, okay, I can make one more build maybe, and by the time I'm ready with rolling and respecking and whatever, I'll be probably level 80 something, and after that, it would be probably too expensive to respec to make a third build for everyone. And hopefully by that time they've touched the experience rates, the respec rates. Although the experience rates as well, but hopefully the respec rates. The respec costs are my biggest problem right now. And my only reason of not rushing to level 100 yet. Oh, I can wear the overkill hammer right now, finally. But I can't upgrade it because I don't have materials. It's fucking, again, walking forgotten souls behind stupid hell tides. But they made shouts so necessary that it's very difficult to see zero shouts or at least a single shout build. That would be fun to play right now. Kind of sucks that you're forced into using shout. I really didn't want to use shouts. I really wanted to just go ground stomp and leap attack. But it's too weak if I use ground stomp and leap in this build. But that's the obvious synergy for a build like that, to be using those. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be going for the obvious synergy for the time being. Avarice in 17 minutes. Legion event in 3. Let's go do the Legion event actually. You know what? I did my 2 dungeons. Now it's time for a Legion. Let's see how much I'll get from the Legion. 2.1 million. It's probably gonna be 2.9 million at the end. No more than 3, more maybe. Unless they boosted Legions without telling us in the patch notes, which I don't think is the case.
Greetings.
Greetings.
How's it going?
Yes.
Yes,
Hello.
the best answer to how's it going. Let's do fire resist here. Let's drop a gem. Let's see. This guy is he spin to win? He's using the ground stomp earthquakes. The earthquakes themselves are kind of disappointing. Oh, he's using it on a whirlwind build. Interesting. Oh, and 100,000 steps. Walking arsenal built with whirlwind. That's interesting. Let's see. Okay, let's go this way. This one, this one. Let's go downhill. Oh, there's a bear boy here. Why did they go up? Like, seriously. Commit to the fucking plane. Okay. So not even as much experience as I expected. Now legions seem to give even less than 800,000 experience. It used to be 800,000. Now I got 700,000. What a joke! It's as if they slightly nerfed it by 100,000 now. Maybe each legion is within the same range, and it just depends. Maybe some of them give a little bit more than this one. And how many minutes did it take? Let me double check. Let's say it started at 05. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 700,000 experience. I mean, it's fast, but not good.
Stay sharp, my friend.
Better than starting from nothing.
Better rapid, yes. Does that mean I should put my rapid over here, maybe? It's not max row, so maybe not worth it yet, but I'll put it where it is. Also, we need a dex here, right? And I've got to know the dex I can get within range, so I think it's time to get overpower damage.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Okay, what should I do here? Extract?
Elements for future magics. Sublime.
Oh yeah, let me check the overpower hammer that I've got. I can't upgrade it to the maximum, but we'll see.
See some steel you need? More there than I thought.
At least 4 upgrades. See, this is an unnecessary loading screen. Instead of loading you inside of the dungeon at the entrance, you have to load in front of it and then click on it and load inside of it. Like, who thought this is a good idea? See, every dungeon has a spot where you end up when you enter. That's the spot that you should be teleported to. Like, they do something good, but they do it in the in the most unreasonable possible way. If you're gonna teleport us inside of it. They already have a waypoint for entering the dungeon where you end up. Currently, they're using the waypoint for exiting the dungeon. That's the point where we get teleported. Let's keep going. Okay, off to the next stage.
Oh no!
Okay. Let's find that key. They're in the way, I can pick the fucking body. Okay, there we go. Come on, AoE, AoE. This is such an underwhelming hammer, that overkill hammer. I was expecting more AoE from it. But it's a fucking straight line behind the enemy. I was expecting an AoE circular 360. It's a conical, very tight starting. And it's just, yeah. Where is the purple? Why did I switch back to overkill to death bow? Oh, because of the hammer. I guess I'll be using the chains maybe. Oh yeah, the chains didn't have a weapon you could attach to them. So that meant I can't trigger the weapon swapping for guaranteed overpower after swapping 10 times. Which I forgot what gives me the guarantee overpower after swapping 10 times, but I'll double check it. See what gives this bonus. Oh yeah, it was that aspect. It was the aspect. Wasn't it? So instead of overkill, I could try something else. Instead of death bow, I could try something else. But something that that I can attach a weapon to. That is not my two-handed hammer. Which means I could get rid of the the aspect for weapon mastery skill charges and the chance to stun for the weapon mastery skills. This one. So I get rid of this. I bring back my other hammer. And then I swap this one out for something more reasonable. I could try Stomp, or I could try Leap. Was Leap the one with the damage, or was it the one with? I think it was the damage reduction one because it was defensive aspect. Hmm. I wonder if I can put that aspect for the earthquakes. It was offensive, or was it utility? It should be offensive. Earthquake. I don't have room for an offensive aspect though. That's the problem. Technically, I could remove this, but I'd rather not. I wish they would increase the range of ground stomp massively. Who's this? Event NPC.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? What's left, you ask? Use it well.
Let's bring that hammer back to the storage. Now that I figured out how disappointing it is. Should I try increasing my overpower damage instead of the vulnerable stuff? Let me get some rubies. How many do I need? 6 rubies? 6 rubies. Just that is the amount I need. I've got. I don't think I'm applying vulnerable as much as I would want to. So there's aspects I can remove, like this one. But then what can I put on it? I'll never get all bonuses because I don't have dual wield stuff.
Right
Which
there.
reminds me, what did I attach to ground stomp? Oh, I cannot attach a skill. Okay, it's not gonna be ground stomp. I need to figure out a skill It's gonna be leap then. There is no other thing to put there. It could be charge as well because I don't know. I'm not a fan of having charge. Kick maybe? No sky. Wait. I need to decide on a skill that uses a weapon, arsenal weapon, that is different than my two-handed hammer, but it's also useful worth having on the skill bar, and it shouldn't be a core or a basic skill. My options are very few. You have kick, leap, and charge. No, actually, charge and leap, and death blow. Rupture could work, but I don't want to do rupture. It's not for that build. So that's 3 options: charge, leap, and death blow. I have 0 options here, other than those 3. And again, I don't want either of those for the build. Ideally, I would want the ground stomp or the chain. If I could attach a weapon to the chain, because look at that, it does damage. Ground stomp also does damage. So why can't I attach a fucking arsenal weapon to steel grasp or to ground stomp? Why can't I assign a weapon to it for the sake of the arsenal system? This is super stupid, moronic, even to not be able to pick an arsenal weapon for this and for this. Like, this would be my perfect choice because it pulls the enemies, it makes them vulnerable, and on top of that, I could either get berserking or get 1 additional charge. But alas, I need to figure out something else because this one is two-handed burgeoning because of that one. Yeah, there's no other way around it, and this one is two-handed burgeoning, and that's the overpower setup. I mean, I could do upheaval overpower, but I'd rather do HotA. I could maybe use charge to make enemies vulnerable. At least. I'll have to use charge to make enemies vulnerable. And it's some mobility, so though on the attack speed, I'm not relying on it for damage, so maybe let's do dual wielding. That way I have a mace on it. And since it's a mace, this one should trigger. Because this one, no, where was it? This one should trigger. Because it says while wielding a mace, not while wielding a two-handed mace. But I'm not gonna rely on it as much. Alright, let's go do Helltide maybe? How many minutes are left? Just a second, I need to check. 40. Oh, the Helltide starts in 40 minutes. This is just some ghosting on the map. My map is a ghost. Okay, let's use this. Let's keep going. Where the hell is this bullshit? Mechanical box. This shit design where you have to use your map all the time to see where it is because you don't have an overlay map. This way. Where are the shamans? I don't see. Aha, this one. Cool. Charge fits nicely because it makes me unstoppable, so it gets me out of crowd controls. I think it's okay. Losing death bow for this one.
See some steel you need?
What did I put here? I didn't put anything. Do I even have anything that gives me berserking right now? I don't like any of my options, honestly. It's gonna have to be exploiter, it seems.
Sublime.
Oh, did I just fuck up my boots? I fucked up my boots. Only one level at least. Right, let's go find some boots to wear. Temporarily. But do I need more dex or willpower? I think I need more willpower, so let's go willpower. I need to take this as well, so for now, let's just grab this stuff here. When I have spare points, I'll grab the other stuff. I'll lose a lot of movement speed now without having those boots. But it's temporarily, just for half a level. This one could work for a while. And I'm not gonna even touch the aspect, I'll just leave it as it is for the time being. Only 4 upgrades, not gonna go for upgrade 5.
My hammer sings on your return.
And what else did it need? It needed yeah, maybe a reroll. Actually, I don't have enough for a reroll, so let's just leave it as it is. And go for the next map. Let's go shift the ruins. Which is the one that I just leveled up to? Which is the other Paragon I leveled up? That one. Meaning I'll need to start picking up willpower if I didn't already. I think, oh, I already have the 54 picked up ahead of time. Good. Man, I'm so slow now without those boots.
Gold. So.
Cool. Let's keep going. So actually I was on the right way, I think. It's gotta be here somewhere where the pedestals are. It's not here. I'll save this shrine for later. What's my Fury max right now? 132. Eventually I want to get as much maximum Fury as possible for Hammer of the Ancients because it does damage based on the amount of Fury you had when you cast it, right? Not the amount of Fury you consumed. Yeah, the amount of Fury you had rather than consumed. It's 1% for each, right? 1% additional for each point of Fury. Why am I not critting this one as much? Let me quickly find Territorio. Make sure Territorio is up there, up high. Okay, I'll keep leveling Crusher now. Maybe I should give Territorio a few more levels. To like 5, maybe. Again, my priority right now is not leveling the character, but leveling the glyphs. So I'd rather do more dungeons per hour than less, but fully clearing them for experience.
What's left, you ask?
Let us steal, for when words fail.
Junk, both of them. This one too. Actually, let's use this. Hmm. Come on. Let's go. Murphy says, I've not been around much. Oh, you're in hospital. Wow. Get well. Get well soon. I hope it's not something too serious. Although, if you're in the hospital, it's gotta be in its own way serious. But I've been only streaming for two hours today. I slept a lot. I had to catch up on sleep. I've missed the previous days. So I slept a lot and I woke up very early. And I've only been online for like 2 hours. But that means I can stay up until the morning or whatever. Grinding that glyph experience and tinkering with the Paragon levels and stuff, with the Paragon boards. I'll keep grinding, yeah, I'll keep tweaking this build until it feels just about right. Right now it just doesn't. So far, this class feels awful to play. It feels painful to play this class, regardless of what I do with it. But I've already decided to do a Hammer of the Ancients build with Overpower. I'm going for this. I'm committing to this. Regardless of whether I enjoy the build or not. I'm looking forward to playing the other classes. I know the moment I make this Barbarian build, I can move back to the other classes and make another build for each of them. So at least there's that. After the Barbarian's gonna be the next Sork, maybe. Oh, Mendel, yeah, that ring with the minion stuff. Good work with the drop though. Uniques, when you need that one unique, it's a little annoying. Or when you need that one legendary aspect and it just keeps dropping. It's definitely annoying, but again, it's all about grinding the wood. So that's the good kind of annoying, I guess, having to chase an item. For legendaries, it's more annoying because they've designed it in a bad way where there are legendary aspects that don't exist in the codex, which shouldn't have been the case. If you make such a good system as the codex, you gotta put every single aspect in it. But they didn't do it that way, unfortunately. 9 wood artisans. That's that definitely tells you here how the drops are weighted towards certain uniques. I've also noticed that how some uniques are extremely weighted heavily to drop more than others. And it sucks because that's not fair way to do it. If you want some items to be rarer, make them a different rarity. Don't call them uniques. Call them special uniques or call them mythical or whatever. Just give them a different name if you want them to have lower drop rates than the others. It's not fair to have the same rarity but with different chances to drop. Every unique item should have the exact same chance to drop. And clearly that's not the case in the game. Clearly. They intentionally made some ones that are too good to have extremely low chance to drop. But again, if you want to do that, just make a different rarity and put those ones that you don't want people to have under that different rarity. Because they're giving people the illusion that each unique has the same chance to drop by calling all of them the same great unique. It's an extremely bad way of handling loot. Let's see that way. Jerosa says nice. Nice? You mean the thing I'm playing right now? Well, one person that thinks so. I definitely don't think so. I'm not enjoying playing this personally. But I'll still make a build out of it. Barbarian? Yeah, I don't enjoy the class at all. It doesn't feel like a barbarian from Diablo 2 or Diablo 3. It doesn't feel like a berserker in other games. It feels like a failed experiment to make a melee brawler, a warrior, berserker type of class. Looks a bit like Wilson. Well, I mean, there is not just Wilson that has a hammer skill, but yeah, claiming the ground. As a skill, it's good. It's a good idea. The execution of a lot of things, especially how the overpower thing is focusing you, forcing you to use certain skills, forcing you to go and swap your weapons 10 times to guarantee an overpower and stuff like that. That's extremely annoying compared to druid's overpower and compared to necro overpower mechanics. But in general, the skill animations and the skill execution is extremely bad on the barbarian. On every single thing I've tried. Especially things like upheaval, where you have to watch that delay of him shoving the weapon into the ground to pull the earth from there and throw it at the enemies. What class I like? I don't like classes the best. I like builds, skills on classes the best. I really like Fury. I really like Meteor and Blizzard and Frozen Orb. I really like Boot Search and Corpse Explosion a lot. What else do I like? On the Druid, I really like Pulverize. It looks amazing. And I like Lance White as well. So those skills, building around them seems fun to me, and using them in builds is fun to me. On Barbarian, there isn't a single skill that I like, other than Leap and Ground Stomp, but they're extremely underpowered and broken in the bad way. First of all, I cannot attach a weapon to Ground Stomp. Another skill that I like as an idea is Steel Grasp, but this should be a 360 pull. This should be a 360 pull like Corpse Tendrils, and this should be something you could attach a weapon, arsenal weapon. Oh, and speaking of the arsenal system, that's the most annoying, broken, shitty gimmick of the Barbarian class. Especially the part where you have to level this shit up and pick a technique. But okay, let's say leveling happens eventually. Eventually you level those things up. But yeah, this is one of the worst things about the Barbarian class, the class mechanic. Compared to what the other classes get as a class mechanic. Glyphs, what do you mean about... Yeah, that was glyphs. That was leveling glyphs. Glyphs are... glyphs, as you can see, it's kind of like the Path of Exile skill trees, but chopped into little bits with Paragon boards. And the glyphs are like the sockets, like the Path of Exile gems that go into the skill tree sockets. Except you could level those up, and you could put them in sockets, and then they have, as you level them up, they have a bigger radius. This radius, and then this radius. This one has one extra radius range. You wear 4 weapons. This is not that bad, but yeah, it is one thing that makes barbarians broken as well, because there's nothing wrong about having 4 weapons on the Barbarian. What is wrong is about not balancing this shit. Just a moment. My chair. I have a towel on my chair and on the seat. Okay, so what is broken is see what happens here. When you put an aspect, it becomes on a 2-handed weapon 100% more effective. So you get the bonus twice. That shouldn't be the case for Barbarian and Rogue. This should only work on classes that have to sacrifice their main hand offhand to equip a two-handed. But with the Barbarian, you're permanently getting the bonuses from this weapon and those two weapons. So that means Barbarian not only gets to wear extra stats from the weapons, they also get to wear extra double effective aspects. And for the Rogue, it's the same for their ranged weapon. They permanently have equipped dual wielding and ranged. And what should happen to balance this out is this one should not get on the Barbarian, and this one should not get 100% aspect effectiveness to balance things out. And the same goes for the ranged weapon on the Rogue. It should not get 100% effectiveness. Because Druid, Necro, and Sork, in order to get that 100% effectiveness, they have to unequip the one-handed and off-hand setup. And that means they're sacrificing an aspect to get the 100% effectiveness of another one. And that actually kind of works. Are you using all four weapons? Well, yes, you can use all four weapons if you choose though. Right now I'm using, I'm not using my two-handed swashing. See, for this weapon I'm using dual wielding for this skill. Whenever I use this skill, he swaps to dual wielding. I could change it to hammer, two-handed. I could change it to two-handed swicing, and they're using both words. But I've set dual wield here. Whereas this one, I could go one-handed dual wield because I have a mace. I have a hammer, but since I have this after critically striking 4 times with bash using two-handed weapon, your next core or weapon mastery skill will overpower. This is super badly designed. It's forcing you into using two-handed hammer. It is extremely bad. This should not be after using a two-handed weapon. It should that using two-handed weapon should be removed and should be just after critically striking 4 times with bash, so that I could use dual wielding here. Because this one is already forcing me into using two-handed bludgeoning. There is no other way around it. And this is the skill you would want to use with bash for an overpowered build. So this game is already telling you, if you look at this shit here, look at this shit here. Where is it? Oh, no, not this shit here. After swapping weapons 10 times, your next attack will overpower. So the game is telling you, okay, if you wanna get guaranteed overpowers, swap weapons. Then it's telling you things like that. After overpowering with Hammer of the Ancients, you could do more damage for 5 seconds. Meaning it obviously wants you to play overpower with Hammer of the Ancients. And then it's telling you this. After critically striking with bash 4 times using a two-handed weapon, your core or weapon mastery skill overpowers. And again, you can only use hammers with bash. I cannot use a two-handed swashing weapon, and that's okay. It makes sense. It's bash. But this two-handed weapon should be removed as a requirement, and it should be okay to do this with a one-handed. Because right now I have this one with a two-handed hammer, and this one with two-handed hammer. And the options you have for something else is charge, leap, death blow, and rupture. Those are your four options to use non two-handed hammer weapon. And okay, I've used dual wielding on this one, but I have to have shouts. If you don't have shouts, you're gonna have a bad time, especially at the later levels. So now I'm using 2 of the weapons, swapping things. But I don't have the next bonus. I don't have the third one. So I can't guarantee full arsenal bonus thingies. What could happen is Iron Maelstrom. Each time you use this skill, you're using all 3 weapons at the same time. It's using the two-handed hammer, then the two-handed swashing, and then your dual wielding weapons. But this is an ultimate skill. It has a long cooldown. Even with 18% cooldown reduction, it's like 37 seconds. So right now my choices would be, if I want to use a two-handed swashing, to either remove Rallying Cry or Challenging Shout, and that would nerf my character and Fury Generation in general a lot. both in terms of survivability, in terms of losing unstoppable, in terms of losing the fury generation. So just not, it's a no-go. Even if I decide to use death bow with two-handed swashing, or rupture, which is always swashing, so two-handed swashing there, or leap with a two-handed swashing, again I need to lose one of the shots, and it just doesn't work that way. They just fucked up big time with forcing bash crit strikes to be that guarantee overpower to be with a two-handed weapon. If they make it so that it doesn't require a two-handed weapon, it will feel a little better. And they really need to increase the base attack speed of bash. Bash needs to have much better base attack speed. Much better. If I could use it with a one-handed weapon, with dual wielding, obviously the attack speed would be better. But again, I don't have the option to do that right now. So it kind of sucks big time. There is so many things about the Barbarian class that need to be changed to make it a fun class. But in general, it's an unfun class in its core, in the way it's designed, especially with that arsenal system. Actually, yeah, I need to start selling.
Bless and thank you.
I really wanted to make a build where it's using ground stomp, leap, bash, hammer of the ancients, and a shout alongside an ultimate, but it just this thing forcing me to swap 10 times. First of all, this should be 6 or 7 times, not 10 times. This thing forcing me to swap 10 times to get that overpower bonus is definitely very unfun. If they made it 6 or 7 or even 5, it would be so much better.
That looks worn. I can fix it. There's that.
Hmm. I need to level up to be able to wear my boots because I put a high level aspect on it. And this is another bullshit of aspects. They inherit the level of the item, and then if you put it on another item, that item becomes that level. But then if you remove it and put another one, it still retains that high level requirement. It doesn't change it back the way it needs to be. And that shouldn't be the case. If you put an ancestral item, it shouldn't make the item require more than level 60, because again, the only thing that ancestral has is an item type is that you cannot get ancestrals for lower than 60. That means if you extract an ancestral aspect, it should just have level 60 requirement. That's it. It shouldn't go 75, 85, whatever the level of the item was. It should just go 60. They fucked up a lot of things in a lot of ways. And those things will never get fixed because they're not even realizing that it's a fuck up. That's the worst kind of fuck up, where you don't even realize it's a fuck up as a developer. When you think it's so good and it's the way it needs to be. And there's just so many things in this game that the developers think are the right way of handling things. Where clearly it's pissing a lot of people off. I'm not the only person pissed off by some of those things. Let's see. What are those boots again? Dex and resistances. Okay, let's go to some more dungeoning. Did the HotA start? Oh yeah, it started. Which area is it? Again, Kyowa shot? Let's go to HotA because I need 3 raw materials. Another thing that they fucked up. Making exclusive rewards for certain type of content. So now I'm forced to do this boring HotA to get materials to reroll my items and to upgrade my items, mind you. Another fuck up they're not realizing is a fuck up because they think it's the right way to handle it. Being in a party, yeah, good for experience, I guess. Where is the jewelry box? I don't see a jewelry box. Okay, I'll just go and do stuff. Did that guy teleport? He went to Kyowa shot. Let's check for an event there. Is no one bothering with the quest objective here? With the effigies? That annoying tornado is making it hard to see shit. Come on, Commander. This he's spasming. He's having some spasms. Okay. I'll probably go for the other event location, see what's there. Another one of the same event.
Hello. Thanks.
Yes.
Yes. The best answer to thanks is yes. Okay, let me try and get the other refugees. Which commander do we get this time? Oh yeah, this one should die a little faster than the previous one. Although he's a bit annoying because he runs a lot. And then there's those binding fields that he spawns. He's running too far away, he might end up resetting. There is no event here. I'll go sell and let's see what happens next. I can go and open a box quickly.
What's left, you ask?
Stay sharp, my friend.
I should go and maybe let's open a mystery box. If there is no event here, I'll go to the other event location and then maybe a mystery box. I will check the mystery box.
Is someone there?
Not worth it, really. I wanted Forgotten Souls. This should have given me 6-7 Forgotten Souls for this amount of cinders. This guy, see, he dropped Forgotten Souls, but they don't always drop them. They should make it so that they always drop a solid chunk. This one dropped a good chunk, 3. There should be a minimum of 1 drop, and then maybe a maximum of 3 is not bad as a maximum. They made those guys appear more often, so hopefully that makes them more rewarding to do those Helltides. Good thing there's someone else pushing. Good thing there's a ranged class pushing the paywall thingy, as they like to call those missions. Because it's gonna be silly if I have to be the one standing next to it as a melee class. So now that they've added more encounters with those mini bosses, they need to make a guaranteed Forgotten Soul drop on chests. This is how I like doing Helltides nowadays. Finding two event locations that are close to each other and just running back and forth from one to the other. With occasional stop for something else. Let's go open a box. The event started. Which one is it? Oh, this one. Yeah, I need a ranged kill here to deal with those. Does it not realize I'm standing on the pressure plate? Did you see this bug? He didn't realize I was standing on the pressure plate. Fucking BS. This is next level bullshit. I was inside the circle clearly. He didn't realize I was in it, and now I have 15 seconds left of the fucking event. I might not be able to do it by myself because there's no randoms nearby. Yeah, I'm not gonna have the time. For whatever reason, it didn't realize I was on the pressure plate for such a long time back then. Yeah, we couldn't finish it. Because of the fucking bug, I wasted like 10-15 seconds on that bug, not realizing it wasn't doing anything. Yeah, it's nice when you play a beta game that has been released as a launched game and they even charge $100 for it. Pretty nice. $100 to play a beta is not bad if they're upfront. If they tell you, hey, this is early access, if you want, pay $100 for an Ultimate Edition. Play early, 1 year before the game is ready. Help us with the first 4 seasons of beta. Early access exists for a reason. Diablo 4 should have been released as an early access game. Clearly. Because it got released as an early access game just without the early access tag on it. Clearly. I'll go to Bear Tribe. There was another mystery chest nearby, if I'm not mistaken, around here. Let's see if it's there. And if it is there, I might farm some more for it. That blue person's probably making an event now. I'll try opening more chests of mysteries this time. You should be more careful. He's a mage. Use your defensive skills and protection. Always use protection is the #1 rule for sorcerers. Okay.
You saved my life.
I'm full on oboes already. Time to do a wee gumbo. Wee gumbo it is.
Sometimes the best defense is a stronger offense. I'll take it off your hands. Show your teeth.
Okay,
What's left,
not
you
much good
ask?
stuff. Came here to gamble. Alright, Durmamo, we've come to bargain. Shit, everything's bad. Alright, I just pumped some rings.
Bad pull that.
This will do nicely.
This one's not so bad actually. Oh, this one's Berserk Fury is good. I'll keep the aspect. If I have room, yeah, I do. Thing is, right now I don't have Berserking on this setup. I want the one that gives me Fury for for each second when using shouts. Come on, come on. A bit more. For the box. This guy got killed somewhere. Oh, too far. How does he get killed so much at level 66 in HotA? Sure, it's like 6-7 levels difference, but shouldn't have a problem. Maybe he doesn't have good ancestral items. Although at level 66 he should have. Because they drop a lot on those chests. How am I doing with the Forgotten Souls? 19. Pretty bad. That should have been at 30 already. For like 25 minutes or so. Or 15 minutes. Alright, let me teleport over there. See for some events. I'll do the back and forth running from one event to the other again. I wonder for a full health tide, can I go to 50 souls?
Father keep you.
Let me check the base actually. Good for a bleeding build, but fuck it.
What's left. Come back if you need work.
Oh yes, commander event here. I'll try not to kill it too quickly. And just spam basic attacks. And not too fast. If he wants to come. Well. Mirjismir, did that event just restart or no, that's just some ghosting of the portal? Did the mystery chest respawn? I'm gonna check. Still at 19. So this commander event didn't drop me a single soul. It should have dropped at least 2-3 as a guaranteed drop from the commander.
The daughter of hatred demands blood.
Getting a bunch of cinders here. Let me sell quickly.
I've many fine pieces. Rare a fine deal. Come back and see us.
Let's see what's on the other event area. But yeah, events are the best spot to do, and best things to do in Hell Tides. If you want all those cinders, and there's a nice chance of getting good stuff like those wandering bosses. Let's check there.
We demand blood.
Is he stupid? Stop killing them outside of the circle and let them come to the circle. Man. 1000 IQ move. Let's kill them right in front of the circle. Okay, nice. The wagging, oh, the wagging. Yeah, look at that pink 190 MS. Okay, I can equip my old boots again. Now I have the movement speed I used to have. Let's check down there. There's sometimes events around that area. Maybe just end it. There it is, the event restarted. Oh, survive the waves or defend? Survive, perfect. No, no, no. Not just survive. Survive, but pick up shit. Okay, let's pick up shit. Don't have room to pick every sacred item. Let's see this. Forgotten souls. Now, this is what I like to see from chests. They should again make it a guaranteed drop of X Forgotten Souls. I'm gonna go back to looking for events. The chest, no, they haven't reset. They reset at the 30-minute mark. I think the duration is bugged for me, because there's 14 minutes left on it. It says 46. I think that's a bug. It's gotta be a bug. Yeah. There's 14 minutes and 29 seconds left. I'm looking on HotA.com on my other monitor, and I know.
What else you got? Stay on your guard.
Hmm.
Came apart nicely.
There's always good cinder drops around here. Zero forgotten souls. Who's level 100? What class was that guy? Druid. Nice. Oh, there's gonna be a Legion event. Oh, Legion event in Helltide. Oh. Helltide Legion event.
Hello.
Greetings.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Hello, friend.
I need more life on this character. Means I need to upgrade this finally and reroll it. 2 ranks to challenging shout is nice, but I want more. But ideally I could get something better rolled with some more damage reduction instead of resistances. We have 9 minutes on the Helltide. There's gonna be like 5 minutes of the event.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yes. Well done.
I'm not doing this for the experience, but rather for the oboes. Man, I'm almost back to 2000, even though I gambled like 20 minutes ago or so. And the cinders would be nice here. There's gonna be some solid chunk of cinders with maybe 2 minutes left to spend them. think we'll get like between 150 and 200 cinders from this event. Fortify is important for our power builds. For my build, Fury is also important too. I was an idiot using charge here. I thought it would group them up even better while making them vulnerable, but no, it pushed one of them away from the others. Same shit as Trampo. I'll try to use charge only for moving around rather than... But Trampo is much bigger range of the damage. By damage I mean the bad things that it could do to the whole team running the event by ungrouping the enemies. This 100,000, pretty nice. Need more crit chance. Oh, a million. Oh, just passed the million mark for this quest. Okay, it's already doing million. Nice. Again, it takes a while to build up the damage, to build up the stacks. So it's slow. Again, it's never about the numbers, it's about how often you see those numbers and the total DPS rather than the DPH. So not not damage per hit, but damage per second is all that matters. There's one monster left there. Someone died here. How? Where? Can't see the body. I don't see the body. Fuck. I'd rather help with. We need to do the damage quickly, otherwise we won't get the mastery. I think we're getting debated with this one. Thankfully, it didn't take that long to kill it. Did he drop souls? 3. I'll quickly move to the mastery. I have a lot of stuff to pick up nearby. But I only need 150. Okay, there's only a minute and 42 seconds left, so as soon as we're done with this, if there are still boxes left to open, in fact maybe even earlier than that, I can go and open that box. Let's go open the box right now actually. Because there's minute and 22 seconds left. The smart move would be to go and use those cinders as soon as possible. There will be time though, we'll kill the boss in under 54 seconds for sure. Because the Blood Bishop is one of the weakest in terms of HP and survivability bosses. They have 30 seconds to go and pick up stuff now. With all the cinders. I'm not even gonna bother picking more cinders. "30 Forgotten Souls, that's bad. How tight only 30 Forgotten Souls is bad. Show those cinders, not much I can do with them. I'll just check for other stuff to pick up that's not cinders. Okay, we're done.
This will do nicely.
Accelerating with not that much, to be honest. Where's my other server rating? $33, and this one is 29. Still want an amulet. Crit chance, damage to crowd control, damage to stun, damage or... Yeah, don't need this one. Don't need this one.
Stay sharp, my friend.
What's still got some good in it?
Okay, let's upgrade now. That I have forgotten souls.
More there than I thought.
I'm not sure I want to upgrade this one though. I should be able to find a better chest piece, like maybe this one. You just need a good protector for it. But instead of protector, what if I go fortify? Although I do like barriers more than fortify, but for me right now, fortify is definitely a synergy. Mm. If I remove this one, which right now it does work well with the setup. Let me double check something. How much would be a basic protector? A few a codex protector. Still better than what I've got on my current armor, so oh, I can craft silver for sure, can't I? I think silver was easy to craft. Or maybe it was iron that I could craft and not silver. Oh yeah, I can craft silver. But again, that's stupid bullshit where you can craft 20 at a time only.
On the morrow, traveler.
Well done.
Got crystals now, okay. At least I put some of those to good use. How much do I need for this upgraded ring? I need 2, and I've got 11, which means I could do some rerolls. Mm. Should I like that? This damage to stunned enemies could work well for mobbing. But yeah, right now I'm not sure what to remove. I can remove this, it's not a must have, and I can remove this. That's a defensive and utility. Basic skills grant damage reduction. I should probably go for that one on the helmet maybe. Oh yeah. Alright, back to doing some dungeons. $24 should be my minimum here to do already. So I'll be crafting 25 buses, but I'll clear those 24s. Let's see how this champion's demise will go for me. $10:24 p.m. This dungeon so good to do with other people. To speedrun, split push it. Okay, this way. Oh, he just finished Lilith at level 100. Okay, let's move. Okay, there it is. Oops, forgot. Almost forgot that. Okay. I wonder if I should focus on Crusher or Territorial more. I'll get more damage out of it from Territorial, to be honest. Maybe I should start leveling Territorial more.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? What's left, you ask?
The life on this one is more, but then the rest of the stats are trash.
This will do. Show your teeth.
This is pointless for the amount of points I'll need to reach it. Okay. Anything worth running? If I'm not mistaken, that was the one where you just do 3 elites boss and you're out. I could try to do even the one with the death boost, even though it's gonna be annoying to do. Yeah, death boost would be a little annoying on this map, to be honest. Okay, let's see. I can try the death boost. Let's try the death boost. The same map. If I end up getting destroyed in the first fight, then I won't finish it. Okay, it's not so bad. I can try and avoid getting all those explosions stacking on me.
You're there! Please! Help us get out!
I'm gonna kill all the elites because again, I'm not farming experience, I'm farming glyph experience. The earlier I level the glyphs and the lower my level it is when they're leveled, the better it is for me right now. Okay. Hmm. Only 150,000 XP instead of 1.5 million as it should be for completing. No. Okay, another dungeon. Another bind burrows. Best dungeon to farm for glyph XP. If you can get a ton of those crafted somehow or get them as drops, it would be perfect for your glyphs. Murphy is home. Welcome, welcome back. Welcome home. How's it going? Ooh. So I guess the hospital wasn't that serious if you're already home. What? Wait, what? You're scanning to check for cancer. Hope everything's clear and you don't have anything nasty. What makes you think you might have anything? But it's okay. Oh, you were going for checkups. But what makes you think it might be something serious? It's always good to do those regular checkups every now and then, though. Especially the older we get, the more needed it gets to do those checkups. Wump on the boys. Oh, that definitely needs to be checked. That's a nasty place to have a wump. Same goes for women and when they have wumps on their girls. you gotta use. It's okay in my channel to not use the family safe words because my channel is not a family friendly channel. Oh shit. Oh, that poison. Oh, that poison. Varicocele. I've never heard of this, but again, I'm not well versed in the art of doctor talk and medical terms. Hopefully, it's something that gets sorted reasonably well. Oh shit, Butcher. The last thing I wanted to do was fight the Butcher. Especially with the Avenger buffing them. And all that poison is definitely not making it easy. Look at how big the Butcher became because of all the Avenger bullshit buffs. Poison is definitely annoying, I can guarantee that. And resist won't help much. There's this too. This one's actually good to get, but maybe not right now. I wanna get more overpower now. But I've already done 1,000,000 damage with this build at level 73 even. Or maybe was it 74? I think it was level... It might have been 74. Which is nice to know that 1,000,000 damage is already doable at this level. But it's not something I'll be seeing often. At most I'll be seeing 5, 6, 700,000 crits. But soon I'll get some more overpowered damage and obviously it's gonna get even better. As I keep getting regular damage from Paragons. Maybe I could do occultist refugee.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need? Better than starting from nothing.
For ultimate vulnerable crowd control.
What's left, you ask?
Aha! I could try using this and see if it works well, but again, I don't have offensive aspect room. I don't have room for offensive aspects, and I need to get it as an ancestral, otherwise it's pointless. It's not gonna be that much of a damage. But I think this would be a very good bonus with charge. For now, I'll keep it and see where I wanna chug it.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I'll probably sacrifice the increased damage after basic attacks, but this build is just such a good synergy for expectant. And I do have a maximum row expectant, but I do have a spare expectant maximum row. I could try removing this, but I don't have a spare. That's the biggest problem. I don't need this. This is one of the things I could replace. But I can't add an offensive aspect there, but let's extract that aspect regardless. This damage might be able to overpower and it might be able to crit and stuff. So those are my options. Remove the basic skill attack speed. 21%, it's nice, but let's say I remove that one rather than this one. How much is my crit chance? 40.9. Not bad.
Stars guide you.
But if I decide to remove this attack speed as well, that's one more offensive aspect I could add. Okay, I want to test this. This is something I really wanted to see what it would look like, how it would work. Yeah, I don't need those giant strides. Let it rot there on the ground.
My magics await your return.
how I am today. I'm doing well. Rested quite a lot last night. Finally got some good rest without being woken up too. Well, I did get woken up too early over the phone, but I did go back to sleep, so I'm definitely well rested. Getting a little hungry now, but cooking food would take a lot of time right now. Oh shit! This was a lightning storm map, and I didn't notice. This is gonna be annoying, and it's gonna make the map take much longer than it needs to. Yeah, this attack speed, I'm already feeling it, and that was just 20 something attack speed. How is just 21% extra attack speed such a bad thing for the setup? This charge is so annoying the way it works. Just got in a group of 9 elites again. We hid behind the pillar and just kept them blocked in place with corpse tendrils. And the minions would do the rest. That's the good thing about minions. They could do the heavy lifting while you just kite. If shit hits the fan, if the minions are alive, if there's enough corpses to keep them alive, you can just run around and let them do the work. I want to see that explosion properly, the kick explosion, because when I use Hammer of the Ancients, it's hard to tell how good that explosion is. So I'll try to kill an enemy without Hammer of the Ancients, and kick, then bash maybe after it. I need to bash until it's very low damage. Perfect slain by drifting shade. Damn, it's not working. I'm trying to get it to work. But again, the enemy needs to be very low after charge. I didn't see the explosion. Where is the fucking shaman? Where is the shaman? I don't see a shaman. I'm experimenting right now, that's why I'm not killing them with Hammer of the Ancients. Fuck, I wasted the charge. I don't need all of those enemies, I need just a few of them. So the explosion definitely not worth it. The explosion crits for like 7,000. So even with overpower, it won't be that much. I wonder if I can see it overpower sometime. Rapid would be a better aspect for sure, instead of that shitty explosion after enemies die after charge. Yalim says, is charge pulling the enemies properly now? Previously it wasn't pulling enemies in well, it's not pulling enemies, it's just grouping anything in front of you. Anything in front of you keeps getting pushed, but it doesn't have a good pull. It's not something to use reliably for pulling. But I've noticed some weird behavior on the grouping up. Like it's not picking up all the enemies, and since you don't have a way to see the trajectory of the skill properly, like I'll show you now. See, it puts only 2. It should have put at least 2 more. So it has a very tiny trajectory in terms of width. It could go very far, but it only pulls like let's say from here to here, like right in front of you. Unlike, for example, stuff like Trampo, but Trampo has a big problem that it pushes the enemies away, which in group play is terrible, especially in Legion events. It hurts everyone's DPS by pushing the enemies away from each other. The Barbarian has so many things that are so badly designed in terms of skills, skill animation, skill behavior. If you take, like, for example, Ground Stomp, very short range, compare it to Corpse Tendrils, which has an amazing range, pulls enemies, makes them vulnerable. So you could see how the Barbarian, in terms of skills, it's not enough. It's not enough in many ways how some of the skills behave compared to what other classes can do with much less investment. The only good thing for pulling on the Barbarian is Whirlwind, and that's probably why so many people play Whirlwind. I tried Whirlwind, it's definitely much better than Hammer of the Ancients for mob clearing and stuff. Hammer of the Ancients has the big numbers. It has big numbers, but it takes a while. It takes building stacks to get those big numbers. And while I've been hitting a million only once, but I've seen a million hit at 74. It just takes forever to build stuff. Corpse Tendrils is pretty much my favorite pulling skill. Such a nice stun, such a nice pull, and on top of that, cherry on the cake is making enemies vulnerable. I mean, bite pulling is not bad as well, but it's not the same. Sword has Inferno, good massive pull, and it's an ultimate though, so long cooldown there. But with enough cooldown reduction, you can get it to like 30 seconds cooldown, which is okay. Another battle trance. Yeah, now I need to find a new rapid aspect. I'll probably put the basic 15% rapid aspect for now, but the charge or kick making enemies explode is just underwhelming. A Legion event, I'm not gonna do it. After level 70 it becomes less useful. For 700,000-800,000 experience in 5 minutes. Right now experience is not my priority, glyph experience is. before I wanna say I'm ready with the build video, I think I've got enough levels of my glyphs to be able to show what this is capable of.
Use it well.
How am I doing with veiled crystals? I might be out. Shit, I might not have enough. Let's see. Do you see this book? It's doing 2000 out of 5000 to 6000. So it should go between 5 and 6000, but it's doing 2000. So something's terribly wrong here. Sometimes protector has been giving me the... See this protector? It should give me between 3.4 and 6.9. But it's giving me 3.2. It's super shitty. See, if I put this, it would do more. Probably. And I could do this for the charge extra damage, but I'm not using charge for the damage. Can't do it yet. Let's put this battle trance. Oh, and my old boot, my temporary boots, because I needed to use boots for a level, for half a level, because I aspected my current boots with something that's higher level for them. So I took those and made them a temporary replacement for a bit. Now I do have battle trances, 2 of them. I'll have to decide which one to keep. Kind of similar damage reduction. This one's better though. This one's better on the second damage reduction, and basic skill damage is less on that one, but that's okay. The row at the bottom on the other one. Okay, so I'd rather take this because slightly less damage reduction than the other one. But the bonus while we have maximum frenzy. So let's salvage this one. Or maybe I could sell it. I don't know. 200,000. It's not like I'm gonna be rich for 200,000, but right now I don't have as much. I'll just sell it. I'll salvage it because it gives good stuff. Not this time, I guess. The game laughed in my face. Sometimes I would get a lot of good stuff from salvaging uniques. Like 4 different things. I forgot which one this was. Vulnerable resist definitely will hurt my DPS. Was that fighting humans or was it fighting vampires? Coverage rate, but artisans feel bad doing it. Didn't it give you at least something nice? Oh, it's that one with the with the guys, with the humans.
rusted shut.
I think I missed the keeper.
You trying to steal from us?
No, I didn't. Hmm. Oh, perfect. Where's that other guardian? I think there's one over here and one here, maybe. What do you think of cover rare note? It has chance to instantly kill non-elites and yeah, it's not a bad one, but there's also all sorts of other things that can give you execute, and you can get execute. You can get execute from just gear rolls. The thing is, it's executing non-elites and injured non-elites. And in most of the times, those trash mobs, they just die from one shot. Sure, maybe on minion builds they won't die from one shot, and maybe it won't be that bad. But I personally wouldn't take it if I can put the points elsewhere. The attack speed is good though. You could just take it for the attack speed and just don't take the blue ones around it that only give execute, but take the blue ones with the attack speed. But is this attack speed gonna increase your minion attack speed? Now that's the question. Because minions have their own minion attack speed, minion damage, minion HP, etc. Stats. So since you're a minion build, do you even need that one attack speed as much? Since it doesn't say minion attack speed. Yeah, I personally don't think the cover node is for the especially if it's more than 4 points away from your main path. I have a video called Paragons for Dummies, and in that video I do talk about which nodes and which clusters in general are worth investing into, and which aren't. Like, you gotta think of the dead points or dead weight points, as I like to call them, that are points straying from your path, and the number of points needed from your main path to the cluster, to the next cluster. And up to 5 points, 4 or 5 points maybe to reach a cluster is okay. Up to maybe 8, 9, 7 points to reach a legendary node would be fine. There are very, very few cases where it would be worth it investing more than 10 points to reach a legendary node, because legendary nodes are extremely disappointing, the vast majority of them. So if you look at this, for example, this legendary node, it's not worth the amount of points that it would take to stray from my main path. And main path, this is my main path. This is what I would consider the main path. The main path is the nodes that you take from one glyph to the next. From one glyph socket to the next glyph socket, that's the main path. So the majority of nodes would be 1, 2, 3, 4 points. the majority of clusters. 1, 2, 3, 4. You see that way 3, 4 as well. This one, for example, would be 1, 2, 3, 4, because I took this one, but I no longer need this one because two-handed slashing I don't use. And that's some extra points I could obviously put. I was using that when I was using spin to win, but I no longer need it. So this is the main path. And is it worth it straying from the main path? 1, 2, 3, 4 points for me for this one is worth it. For that one, maybe also as well worth it because this main path will be this. I'm taking code dex, so I will be taking this dex, and from that dex it would be 4 points. Now this one, on the other hand, that would be a little bit too much, unless I take that from this to this. That's 4 points, and that's fine. But if I were to just go elsewhere, to like go that way instead of going this way, this would be too far from my main path, especially if I don't take this one. But in general, look at this one. Look at how many points I would need to reach this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 for what? For a little bit of 45 after I spent 75 fury. This is definitely not worth it. Even if I were to take this one or that one for whatever reason, because I decide I want them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. 8 points for this, I don't think it's worth it. If it was 5, maybe. So I think they need to rework every single Paragon board so that it has a connection like this one. You see how 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points is all I needed from maximum radius glyph socket, from the edges of a maximum radius glyph to the legendary node. Every class has one of those where it's 5 points. But the remaining 7 boards is just not it's just not worth it for the remaining 7 boards for the majority of skills. For example, this one is not bad. Overpowers with your two-handed bludgeoning weapon stun enemies and grant you 20% of your maximum life for 45 as 45. This one is solid, but look at how far away it is from the glyph socket. That's like 25 nodes. Let's imagine this is fully upgraded. That means I would stop here. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19. And it's only going to be worth it if you're taking this cluster. If this cluster is part of your build and this cluster is part of your build. If I were to count it from here, and let's say I decide to exit through there, that's again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then on top of that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They need to move those. They need to rearrange the boards. They need to make massive changes to the boards, and most likely that's what they would be doing every season. Most likely that's the reason why they want us to start over every season, because they would be rearranging Paragon boards. They would be bringing new Paragon boards, and old characters would need to be granted free refunds of the Paragon boards, free respects, if they would be to let us play our old characters in the seasons. Obviously, that's not the reason, but if that was the case, that would be a reason. But again, granting everyone a free respect, in general, making respects free to begin with, would sort such a problem. Paragon boards would be dropped. Oh, I was hoping they wouldn't, because they're the most fun part about a build. For me, that's the most fun about making a build. Even more fun than deciding on the legendary and unique aspects and which one goes in which slot. But yeah, certain nodes are worth it, certain nodes aren't worth it. Certain clusters the same. It depends on how far it is from your main glyph path. having like different tiers from killing stuff. From killing stuff? Not sure I understand what. Different tiers from killing stuff. Do you mean like the old Diablo 3 Paragon system where you just keep leveling experience and then
I
get
forge
some
more
passive
than
points?
horseshoes and nails.
Because
What'd you need?
it's pretty much similar, except they transitioned it. They mixed old Paragon system with Path of Exile skill 3 and chopped that skill 3 into bits. I do like the Paragon boards a lot right now.
Better than starting from nothing.
Basic board, rare board, epic. Aha. Oh yeah, that would have been very counterintuitive. Currently, Paragon boards are like a subclass, and you have the starting board and then 8 subclasses, and you can just take 4 or 5 boards or whatever as subclasses, and then there's the glyphs, which is the glyphs is the real deal. While Paragon boards have very good stuff from clusters, the glyphs are a major source of power, especially when you max them out to level 21. Okay, should I do something else next?
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
I should do those 24s before I can no longer benefit from 24s. This one was pedestals, and then I think it was skeletal constructs after it. I'm wondering which one I should remove, this or this, if I get the shout, if I gain the shouts generate fury. I think shouts generate fury every second is amazing for the majority of builds. For the build I'm currently playing, maximum fury is the way to go, because the more fury you get as maximum, the better the damage of Hammer of the Ancients would be once you cast it at maximum fury. Similar to bone crit builds and essence, and having maximum essence and casting skills at maximum essence. Fucking cold enchanted bastard. Another butcher. He's just slowing me down, but hey, at least it's free items. I've got chains as well, boy. Why am I not doing that much damage? Fucking barrier. Fuck, they were blocking my way. It would be nice if those barrels could one-shot mobs, but they don't. What's up, Shohei? How's it going? Ohio, good morning to you. As you can see, Barbarian is up. Overpowered HotA Barbarian is up. There is a person from China who has gotten a Shako. At least that's the one I heard about. Someone told me that someone like level 100 from China has obtained it. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure whether it's an exclusive drop from Mysterious Chest or exclusive drop from Lilith. I'm not sure if it's an exclusive drop for something, whether it's a 100 plus drop or a 70 plus drop or an 80 plus drop or whatever. Very little is known, but it's extremely bad game design to make sure that unique items, same rarity, unique, have different chances to drop. This is bullshit. Every single unique item should have the exact same chance to drop. Otherwise, just make a new rarity. I said it today, I'm saying it again. If they want certain unique items to have certain rules to drop, just rename them from unique to something else. Make a second rarity for the rare ones. Call it Uber unique or whatever. You need to be above level 85 for it to drop. No, that's not the case. I've gotten I've been less than level. Well, this could be true, but around 810 item level drops for characters under level 60. If you see all of those items I'm wearing, I have gotten those before I was even level 60. Some of them on other characters, some of them on my characters. See, Ancestral gear is level 60 or higher to wear, but I've gotten 817, 815 item power like this one. This one was obtained on a character that wasn't even level 60, like level 50 something character. So item power, it doesn't depend on your level. It's completely random. It depends on the tier, whether it's normal, sacred, or ancestral. But it's possible that they made it level 85 minimum, player level 85 minimum for it to drop. But again, this doesn't have to do anything with the item power. The item power, even the developers said it, you could end up getting early and get an item that's level 50, but just as good as a level 70 item or something like that. Although the way they say it, it's super stupid because Ancestral Gear is not 70, but it's level 60 required to wear. But yeah, there you could get a sacred item that's like close to 800, that's 720, 717 item power. And then you can have an ancestral that's 700 or 701 too, which obviously next tier but weaker than the previous tier because of the RNG of the item power, of how it wrote. I'm in the wrong place, am I? So you could be low level, you could be boosted and in world tier 4. And get ancestral items, but you won't be able to equip your ancestral items until you reach level 60.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
But if you're a high level in world tier 4, it will drop you items with required level of your character level. So the moment you get 61, you would start getting level 61 required to wear. The moment you're 62, 64, etc., it will keep growing in terms of required level to equip. 1.7. Oh, upgrade. Although most of the time there's more, but on bosses, this being
There's
maxed
magic
out
in
would
all
be nice.
things. Let me show you. Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
It's the Crusader's Cathedral. But yeah, right now my focus is not on leveling up, it's on leveling up my glyphs. So I'm speedrunning dungeons as fast as I can, just doing the objectives. Because I don't want to level up too much. If I level up too much, I won't be able to make builds because I won't have the money for full repecs. Because Blizzard are fucking stingy. The most stingy developers when it comes to letting you have fun and making you grind less to respec. Hypocrites. They're saying we want people to experiment, test different builds in live streams, but then the respec rate is the exact opposite of that. The same goes for the cost of enchanting and other stuff like that, and rerolling. I mean, enchanting is rerolling. That cost also is exorbitant in terms of materials. They should increase the drop rates of Forgotten Souls. That's the one thing that's currently stopping a lot of people. It's not even the goat. Sure, goat is expensive when it comes to rerolls for sure. But the Forgotten Souls is the biggest culprit when it comes to people not being able to reroll or people not being able to upgrade their equipment. 80 to 100 ridiculously long. The majority of people that have reached level 100 told me that 70 to 80 is the more painful one, whereas 85 maybe to 100 is a little faster because you already have a ton of Paragon points and stuff, and then you just wipe screens of mobs with a few skills. But it's still long, it's still taking forever, but at least it's less struggle to do the stuff at that level. But yeah, it's they need to fix their experience rates and they need to fix the fucking respect cost. And stash space. 4 stash tabs is just a joke. I've said it on launch, I'll keep saying it until they fucking fix it. And give us at least 10 stash tabs. 2 stash tabs per class is more than enough. 2 stash tabs per class would net you around being able to handle the gear for 5 builds per class. If you keep the spare equipment of every single item type, plus maybe some alternative choices. You may buy this game next year. Yeah, currently think of Diablo 4 right now as an early access game in its first year of beta. After a year, it would have been what the state of the game is when it should have launched. If they released it as early access and charged $100 for Ultimate Edition early access, not just, but again, obviously standard editions should have been able to play the game as well. But yeah, if they just labeled it as early access, I wouldn't be as disappointed. Because I'll be okay, 1 year of early access, we still support the game, we still buy it, and let them make it better in the first 4 seasons. So that the next year, Season 5, should be the real deal, the real experience, what we should have gotten on launch. So that would be the real launch. Because right now it definitely feels like playing an early access that is missing the early access stack. So many things are so badly balanced, so many things are so underpowered. So many things feel wrong as animation, as mechanic, as behavior. And people would have bought the game, people would have played the game if it was labeled as early access. Because it's Diablo, I mean, just the name itself is enough to make enough sales. Smurfy would have bought it, yeah. People would have bought it. Definitely wouldn't have been the only one that would buy it as early access. If they were upfront with it, telling us this is early access. Yeah, Diablo 3 did polish a few years after the launch and launched in a terrible state, but that doesn't mean Diablo 4 should be the same way. You shouldn't repeat the mistakes of previous titles of the same or other franchises just because they've done it. I mean, just because one person shits on their table doesn't mean we should all start shitting on our table. This is the same bullshit, like, yeah. Just that it's Blizzard. They wanna rush things. They wanna those greedy shareholders. They want to see returns on their investments as early as possible. It's the corporate way. The moment there's big old guys in suits that want returns on their investments, then it just becomes less about the gamers and more about the shareholders. Less about making a fun game and more about squeezing the gamers for money so the shareholders could be happy. Activision Blizzard is currently meeting blocks. You could thank Sony. You could thank Sony for bribing certain officials to block the deal with between Microsoft and Activision. Like, for example, the UK one. They had such a silly reason to block the deal in the UK that it would hurt the competition for the cloud gaming area. And Microsoft currently, Xbox currently, has such a small amount of players in the UK that actually do cloud gaming, and they had actually promised a bunch of cloud gaming services to bring Activision Blizzard games to those cloud gaming services, competition of the Xbox cloud gaming. They had promised something like that. So actually, right now, the whatever it was called, the UK regulators, they did the exact opposite of what they thought they were doing by blocking the deal there. But in the worst case, if the US, the FTC approves, because the European Union already approved it. European Union already approved it, so it's currently there's a lawsuit or whatever. There's some case in the US. So if Microsoft wins that, maybe they could just ignore the UK and give a middle finger to the UK for trying to play WAP docs for Sony. CMA, yeah, exactly. CMA are fucking guys that have no idea about gaming and technology. It's again a bunch of probably old white guys with rich background and stuff like that have no idea about a bunch of stuff. They have idea about business and things like that, but they don't have idea about gaming and technology probably. And it's obvious because of the bullshit reason the CMA cited. Again, Microsoft has around what 5 to 10,000 cloud gamers, probably in the whole of UK. And now those small cloud gaming service providers, the small ones, the competitions that so much CMA was supposedly defending, those would have to pay billions or millions of money to get Activision titles on their services, Activision Blizzard titles on their services. But Microsoft was promising to give them those titles on their services for definitely much less. DLC, I'm assuming DLC, we would probably get an expansion, a big expansion a year after launch. Expansion like Reaper of Souls and World of Destruction. If you look at history, Diablo 4, Diablo 1, Diablo 3, Diablo 1, and Diablo 2, all previous Diablo games got much better with the first expansion with Inferno. I think it was called for Diablo 1, then World of Destruction, and then Reaper of Souls. But again, that doesn't mean that Diablo 4 should be doing the same thing, but obviously an expansion should make the game better. But the game shouldn't be in a terrible state when it launches like Diablo 4 did. But at least they're buffing the early game experience. Currently, those patches that we did and that we see, that patch from yesterday, it's affecting a bit the end game, late game experience, but it's mostly affecting things like early game. Sure, there's some buffs for aspects, and aspects obviously affect late game, and buffs for cooldowns of skills. But the majority of our DPS comes from paragons in the late game, not from the skills themselves. So if you buff the damage of a skill a little bit, early game would definitely benefit it, and early game is currently where the majority of players are. There are very few players who have even beaten the story. If you look at the big massive number that Blizzard is giving. Blizzard was saying on the 16th on that stream, like 12 days ago, that there were like a small amount of players who have even beaten the story yet. And of course, that was 12 days ago, so by now, probably the majority of players, maybe more than 50%, have already beaten the story. But again, they're still in the early game, so they're trying to maybe appease the masses for now, and eventually look again at rebalancing late game. But they already nerfed a lot of things in terms of Paragon boards. I'm constantly paying attention to Paragon boards, and I can tell you they nerfed almost every single glyph for various classes. Almost. Let's say, how many glyphs are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's say every class has, for every 5x you get y. Let's say every class has around 10 of those, and for every 10 of those, I think they probably nerfed 5. Like they nerfed exploiter for sure. The exploit, whatever it was called, the one for vulnerable damage. And I'm pretty sure they nerfed. I'm not sure if they nerfed dominate, the overpower one, but they definitely did nerf the crit strike damage for core skills once. Because I've made builds before the launch, and I know what the paragons used to look before the launch. And I've seen multiple nerfs as I was playing post-launch for those. Alright, let's do another dungeon. I need a potion as well. Not this one for sure.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Let's do Core Dragon. Yeah, new classes coming with expansions is just the tradition. It is the tradition, and Grim Dawn, for example, has been doing the same as the old school Diablo games. Big massive expansions with new masteries were coming in Grim Dawn, the same way it was with Diablo 2, for example, and Diablo 3. We'll see how it goes with the Activision acquisition. With the Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition. I personally think it will be for the better, because they're not the only ones that buy small. Look at the Embracer Group. Do you see the Embracer Group and how many studios they have bought? Nobody bats an eye when the Embracer Group buys 20, 30 different studios by buying the publishers of those and so on. But Microsoft decides to buy Blizzard that doesn't even have as many IPs and titles behind them as the ones that the Embracer Group has bought. And yeah, now everybody wants to block it. The amount of good movies that we could get and series, if the right person holds the Blizzard titles, we could get some live action Amazon Prime or whatever series for StarCraft, like about Kerrigan. We could get stuff about Warcraft series. We could get stuff about the Diablo. I think if Microsoft is serious in making a return on that investment, they would go into movies, into series, not theater releases, but straight to streaming services. Diablo movie, no. 2-3 hours is not enough. Series, yes. Series, yes. If it's a movie, it needs to be multiple movies. And again, it's better if you make a series, like 1 hour an episode, something like that, a bunch of episodes, multiple seasons. Because movies, again, 2-3 hours... would 2-3 hours be enough to tell the beginning of the story? See, the Lord of the Rings, for example, it worked for them because, again, books and stuff, although there are Diablo books and they could make movies based on those books, that could work. If you take those books, the Diablo books, and try to cram it into 3 hours, I forgot, I've read it long ago and I've only read one of the Diablo books, probably the first one. So I can't remember whether it would be well to cram it into 2-3 hours or not. they could actually do that. They could actually do Game Pass for streaming of movies. They could expand the Microsoft and call it Entertainment Pass, Fun Pass, so that you have more than just games. They could expand it into the competitor to Netflix and Amazon Prime movies or whatever it's called. If they chose to. If they chose to, they could, but they could just partner with Amazon or Netflix, ideally Amazon. This is the better choice. But animated TV series on Netflix for games have been doing well. They have the League of Legends one, they have the Dragon's Dogma, they have the Dota one, they had the Castlevania. So something like that would be much better because it would give them much more freedom than a live action thing. Cyberpunk 1 was just perfect, yeah. Except the ending. It sucked. Just like the game ending. It pissed me off. It ruined the whole experience. I was so happy up until the final 2 episodes or so. With the shitty ending. Just like the game. Every single fucking ending in the game is shit. You must be sensitive, very sensitive if you cry from movies, but I understand some people do that. For me, maybe I'm heartless, but entertainment movie stuff won't make me cry. Nor do I get scared from horror movies. In fact, I laugh at horror movies when I watch them because of how silly they are. But yeah, the endings are fucking stupid. They try to be edgy. Let's be edgy. Let's give them an edgy ending for the game and for the movie. Different. It's not about how you're built. It's about how you grow up. More like we definitely don't get born different. But yeah, it's it just. For me, those endings are just an attempt to be edgy and nothing else. But again, there isn't a single thing that I haven't seen overdone in terms of stories when it comes to books, movies, TV shows, which again falls under the movies category, I guess. Plays, even when it comes to theater and stuff. There's been media of this type for centuries already. So most of the plot mechanics and stuff has been done. It's gonna be hard to come up with something unique that hasn't been done elsewhere. Okay, I see the 2 blood boils, so let's go get them. You can't watch horrors. Human Centipede. I wouldn't watch disgusting horrors, but there are some ones that I find interesting. But not for the horror itself, just because there's a mystery and stuff like that in some of those every now and then. You know, kind of like who's the killer and stuff like that. Even though it's obvious, it's about seeing the stupid characters failing to realize who the bad guy is there, and taking them forever to realize it. Even though you, the audience, might even know it if it's showing it. You know that one they did. The Scream TV show they did on Netflix, for example. This one was interesting. Fuck, this bug here, it's annoying. Where they go in, then they leash. But there are some interesting horror movies for sure. Swashers. Oh no, it wasn't Scream, it was Swasher. Swasher was the name of that one on Netflix. Although there was a Scream one as well. I think Swasher was the other one that I was talking about now. But yeah, Swashers are silly fun. It's not everyone's genre, but I watch them for the fun part of it, for the comedic part of it, rather than the horror part of it. Oh, a maximum limitless rage, another one. Didn't I have one somewhere nearby here? Maximum limitless rage. There's that maximum limitless rage. Which means I don't need this one anymore.
My hammer sings on your return.
You might watch Avatar. I haven't watched the new ones. Is it just the first one of the new trilogy? I'll probably wait for the whole trilogy to be out and watch the whole trilogy. But I rarely watch feature-length movies. I nowadays I don't have time to watch feature-length, so I just watch series and episodes. And the majority of stuff I watch is on Netflix. Except anime. For anime, I try to go to certain websites that have it if it's not on Netflix. Because I used to do the torrenting to watch TV shows and stuff that are not on Netflix, but I no longer feel like I enjoy downloading and watching stuff because it takes forever. It's much easier to just watch it directly without having to download it and then play it. So for the same reason, I don't have much time to watch movies. First of all, it takes forever for a movie to end, other than like a 45, 60-minute episode. I definitely don't have Disney Plus. I do have Netflix. I don't even have Amazon Prime. Can't afford that many. In fact, the Netflix is free. It's my brother's. But he's obviously letting me watch it. Before we were in the same house, in the same apartment, so it was same stuff. But now I'm in a different neighborhood, but I still use that account to watch. I still have my profile on that account. But I definitely can't afford Disney or Amazon Prime. But if I could, I would. If I could, I would definitely pay to watch stuff there. You have 5 Netflix, Disney, Amazon, Discovery Plus, and Paramount. Discovery Plus is the new HBO Warner Bros. Stuff. Is that it? That like all the Discovery Warner Bros. Things, HBO, etc. And Paramount, interesting. Didn't know they had one. No, somewhere included in yours. I don't have TV. I don't have TV. My living room, I don't use it though. My living room, I've turned into the room for Sky to chill if he doesn't want to stay in this room. And I also don't have time to watch TV, so pretty much I watch everything on the PC. But I don't even have a TV, like the TV itself. For your son and wife mostly. Yeah, when you're a family man, I mean, the ones that have free time from the family obviously would use it, especially if you have kids. It's always been easy to play them something, some children's series or movie or whatever, and let them be there entranced into the movie, so you can have some time to rest. It's always been something parents use on their kids as a way to keep them distracted. A movie here and there. it's much better now than it used to be before. Although the cartoons, the animated series they make now are different, and the brainwashing the kids are getting from the children's TV is different than the brainwashing we were getting. Back in the day, Cartoon Network, whatever, it was airing much different stuff than it airs now, for example. Like Johnny Bravo right now, they would say it's sexist, it's offensive or whatever. they wouldn't wanna brainwash kids into stuff with like Johnny Bravo. Or stuff like IR Baboon or Ed, Ed and Eddie, stuff like that. All the stuff we had back then. I mean, there's even some stupid parents that are saying Tom and Jerry shouldn't be allowed because it's too violent and it's not showing consequences or whatever. But that's bullshit. I mean, it's a cartoon, for fuck's sake. By the time kids are old enough to understand stuff, obviously they would be able to tell what's bad, what's good. Yeah. But yeah, for example, Johnny Bravo, obviously something that he's like that. But the good thing is the moral of the story is Johnny Bravo never gets the girl because he's that catcalling guy, like hey mama and stuff like that. So there's the moral of the story that this guy that was the main point of the show, not that he's offensive or disrespectful or whatever, but the fact that he's unsuccessful by being that way when he's trying to pick girls. So it's actually the opposite of what people think it is. But in nowadays, you probably won't see that show being aired much, if at all. And you definitely won't see a live action movie of it that stays true to the original. If they do a live action movie about it, they probably would butcher it. The guy that never does leg day. The guy that always skips leg day. Tom was brought to kill Jerry, huh? Didn't know this. Let's do this. If Tom didn't fake, the owner would have gotten rid of Tom and brought in a different cat, yeah. Come on. And dungeon with spiders gets you loads of XP, yeah, because there's a ton of things to kill. Bind Burrows is very good. Bind Burrows is good for both XP or for Glyph XP. Like when I say Glyph XP dungeon, I mean skipping kills other than the main objective. just only killing the necessary stuff. That's what I would call a glyph XP run. Whereas XP run I would call clearing everything, or at least elite hopping. And Blind Barus is good for either of the two. You could, for example, skip it and just kill the 3 elites, and then go and kill the boss and be done with it and get your glyph experience. Or you could kill all the questers packs of monsters on the way, and that would be fine. You're running Whispering Pines. I'm running Whispering Pines right now. But the bad thing about Whispering Pines is the second part, where you have to kill all enemies. That's the bad part of it. It's taking forever. It's good for experience, not as great for glyph experience runs. Okay. What now? Aha, boss. Okay, nice. Let's do this. Let's see what's for selling and what's for keeping.
This will do nicely.
Shitty does devil aspect.
Better than starting from nothing.
Let's see this. Carrie said something right. Not sure as a response to what. See this? Channeling Shrine, perfect. Okay, this way we go. OMG, OMG. What OMG? Oh shit, oh. Did you just get that ring you wanted to get? The ring of Mendown? It's mother's embrace. Well, at least it's a unique ring. Bit by bit you get the right one. Let's see. Zenith, I might run that one next. Okay, nice. 11 million gold. The most I've gotten was 20 something million, but then it melted in seconds the moment I rewrote to a different character for the next build. But yeah, and the gold turn definitely needs improvements. The gold turn, or instead of improving the gold turn, improving the cost of things, reducing the cost of things would be better. Want some gold to support the new build? No, that's fine. I'm okay with the gold. For now, I don't need any right now. They first of all, they shouldn't even allow people to trade gold. That's the one way to get rid of gold sellers. So that's one of the big mistakes that they have trading in the game, and not only trade any type of trading, but trading of yellow and gold, yellow gear and gold. We saw a video of some guy showing it, and there's lots of members buying gold road items. Yeah, that's how it will be. I mean, there's a ton of people who are willing to pay to win. A ton of it. So the moment you include pay to win in your game, obviously there will be people taking advantage of it. It kills the game, and yeah, it sucks. So self-found leaks, or just self-found, or just soul leaks, or just self-found leaks, or whatever. It would be nice to have that. But in general, I think just fuck it, zero trading. If people wanna go play Trading Simulator, there's already Path of Exile, where you trade more than you play the game. There's obviously always gonna be that game for them. Okay. They cheat themselves. It's even boosting. Yeah, there's boosting claim services, and that's the one thing that's difficult to stop. Let's say they remove the trading. They still would be able to boost. The people would still be able to boost each other. Why am I invited? Am I invited in a party? The thing is, characters don't get more experience, apparently, if the enemy is 3 levels compared to 30 levels higher than you. So, boosting, it's gonna be okay for a while, but after that, it's still not gonna be as reasonable. But the first few levels, the first several levels of a character are definitely gonna level fast because of the World Tier 3, 4 experience bonuses compared to someone just leveling on World Tier 1, 2. What's the dungeon like? Called Enchanted? I'm not seeing the code Enchanted. It absorbed the damage? What the hell? I hit it and it did 0 damage. What the fuck? Okay, let's do that. Come on. Why is it not refuse to do the jumpy thingy? Come on, come on. Where is the bubble? There is no bubble. What the hell? Ah, there it is. It's over here. Good luck to them, but yeah, I'd rather not get as much experience right now.
Still, you
I'm
need.
already 75. I could maybe take this one to 77, 8, 9 at most before it's time for the next build.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
What's the efficient way to farm XP? I don't know. I don't care about. There is no efficient way to farm XP because the XP rate is shit. No matter what little bit of XP people get, it's just gonna be breadcrumbs. They'll be getting 2 million, 2.5 million from a dungeon when they should be getting 5, 6, 7 million from a dungeon if the XP rates were actually proper. That's why right now I don't want to level up much, because if I over level, it's gonna be a problem for me when it comes to respecing to make a new build. But yeah, right now there is no good XP in the game still. Even with the little bit of buff they did to dungeons and stuff, it's a little bit, maybe 15-20% more or whatever. It just sucks. You would spend 20 minutes, 15 minutes to get 2.5 million, when in that time you should be getting 5-6 million of experience, the least. Ideally, like 8, 9, 10 even. The way it should be, a full dungeon clear should give you 35% or 33% of XP. 3 dungeons a level. The worst I could accept is 4 dungeons a level. Fully cleared 4 dungeons a level. That's the worst I could accept in a game as reasonable XP. The best is 3 dungeons a level though. For me, the best tempo and pacing is you do 3 dungeons that take between 10 to 20 minutes or whatever, and that gives you a level. That means in the worst case, if it's 20 minutes to clear the dungeon, that's 1 hour and you get the level. In the worst case. But that's far from what it is right now. Obviously, 50 hours should be all you need. In the best case, you wouldn't need more than 50 hours to reach a max level in a game from level 1. If it was well made. In terms of XP rates. Let's keep going. It's not letting me attack for whatever reason. It was not letting me attack this thing. See here. Okay, nice. It's this way. Come on, come on. Fuck, there's so many that I need to kill. Why is it not attacking? For whatever the character refuses to attack, I'm hitting the... It's not attacking. What the actual fuck? I think they were stuck in the environment and the character didn't have reach to attack in that environment or whatever. Who the fuck is this Okero person? How do they keep inviting me and from where? Are they on my friends list? I don't see Okero on my friends list, so... I'm not sure who this person is. Dude, why does he keep inviting me? What the actual fuck? Can he just whisper me? Can they just talk? Some random person, I don't even know who this is. I think there's a block. Never rank with Drifting Shade core dungeons again. Well, you shouldn't run Code Enchanted, Drifting Shade, Stormbane Strat, and Lightning Storm. And then there's other stuff that depend on the build, such as like, for example, I wouldn't take Overpower or Vulnerable Resist,
See some
or Physical
skill,
Damage Resist.
What's left, you ask?
Certain people won't take a certain Elemental Resist on the enemies.
starting from nothing. What's still got some good in it? My hammer sings on your return.
This will do nicely.
Not much of a fan of Onyx Holt. It has an annoying part that slows me down. So yeah, let's salvage them.
My magics await your return.
I'm getting hungry, but man, it's still too early. I've only been streaming for 6 hours. And again, I don't have any pre-cooked food to munch on. Noodles and chicken skewers. Nah, I don't eat that junk food. I love noodles, ramen and stuff, but the ones with that are in packages, the problem is they have too much MSG and too much other bullshit, artificial bullshit that just I'd rather not eat that shit. Wow, I could make my own noodles. It would take me forever. No, not to make the noodles themselves, to cook the noodles. Like I could buy regular noodles and I could buy the flavors and stuff, and the sauce and stuff like that, and cook it. I do have a ton of wakame. Like I have a whole queue of dried wakame, and I could buy a bunch of miso. I used to buy a whole queue of miso, but when I haven't restocked. And I could cook myself some nice ramen stuff. Although I can get kelp here. In my country, there is no way to get kelp. For that. Even dried. I forgot what it was called. It had it had a certain name, that type of kelp. The crunchy one. Cures. Yeah, I never buy pre-seasoned meat. That's for me. They put the worst type of meat as pre-seasoned. I'd much rather do my own seasoning, my own mix, rub or whatever, and do it myself. But even if I had skewers, I don't have a yard where I could put a barbecue, and I'm not gonna be the type of person that barbecues on their balcony. I have done ribs in the oven though. I've done ribs in the oven. I've done a shoulder, a beef shoulder. I forgot what it was called. Rump or not rump. There was a name for the shoulder meat. Just forgot what it was. I've done that as well. In the oven too. As for butchers, they always do. They try to do some of the low quality meat and pre-season it to mask that it's old or not the right type of flavor. And I don't trust other people's seasoning as well. I don't know what kind of salt they would be using. I don't know what kind of spices they would be using. I'd much rather buy my spices myself, marinate it overnight, Give it a good rub and let it marinate overnight and then cook it on the next day. Just definitely it's easy and saves time to buy pre-seasoned, but how much more time would you save if for rubbing? I mean, you just mix a bunch of spices together, put on some gloves if you don't want to get your hands dirty, and then rub the meat, give it a good rub, make sure it's well covered. That's what, 10 minutes maybe. Normally take child school, go gym, and come back, eat, go work. Yeah, with children, it's I guess that way. But that's where ordering food comes. That's where takeaway comes. If you find yourself a good, well-priced, reasonable restaurant, but even then, the wife should be able to at least help a bit with the cooking, with the rubbing of the meat and stuff. Although that sounded that could be that could be interpreted in a different way. But yeah, if marinating and rubbing the meat takes too long, obviously some people would buy the pre-marinated, but again, that normally it's the lower quality meat that they pre-marinate or pre-season and stuff like that.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Joke once a week, whoa. Let's see.
What's left, you
What did
ask?
I get? Rage of Harugat. Yeah, definitely wouldn't sacrifice what I've got for it. Hey, but at least I have the Ancestral, so I can get rid of the regular one.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
It was definitely not someone from my friends list, the one that invited me. Because it's not here, this character. But yeah, that guy's blocked now, so he won't be spamming me invites. How from below? It's definitely an interesting item with those skeletons. I tried on my Misplosion build, in the end decided to go without it. Even if it does give Corpse Explosion a little bit of extra damage, I thought for my Misplosion build it's just a waste of an aspect sword and it's not that great. In terms of what I wanted the build to achieve with the Corpse Explosions. Not a butcher, baby. Oh shit, no, I didn't pay attention. And the bear one-shot me when I was low HP. Fuck. If I had cleared the enemies before attacking Butcher, it would have been better. I could have just made sure I cleared the one-shotty bears and trees to make sure there's no surprises like now. The bear got me super low and then Butcher just finished it. But Butcher was toasted. If that fucking bear wasn't there, he was toasted. He was a treasure goblin because of some... Well, it's not like treasure goblins give you good stuff. Like 99 out of 100, it's gonna be junk. And that's not worth it. I've even done the treasure goblin sewer. And it was disappointing, pretty much. D3 player in you. Yeah, in D3, getting those rings, getting those portals, opening up those portals to the goblin world, it was fun. Come on, bear, fucking blocking the way. Wasn't gonna kill that bear, but it was blocking the way. Actually, it is the other way. I'm gonna go back. Those fucking webs of the spiders are one of the most annoying things they could have added to mobs. The volatile skeletons go through the suppressor's bubble. Aha. You mean go through the suppressor bubble? Like, even if you're not inside the circle, they go through it? I didn't know about that. That's probably a bug, so don't rely on it. This doesn't seem like intended behavior. Probably just no one reported it yet. That's why it's not fixed yet. Unless someone reports it, probably Blizzard won't notice it themselves, so yeah. I personally won't. I wouldn't care about something like that getting fixed. There's much more pressing things for me, such as the respect rates and the experience rates. And someone just followed. I can't see it right now because I need to alt and tab. But Escanor Sama, how's it going, Escanor Sama? Thank you for I think that's subscribing to my YouTube channel. That sound. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. bit by bit leveling those glyphs. Penitent Griefs, yeah.
More than
that
horseshoes and
trash
nails.
unique that
What's that, you ask?
doesn't seem to go well with builds much. Sure, it has some obvious synergies for chilling and freezing, but you could get much better stuff um, in terms of boots that have their own aspect than this junk. Penitent Griefs is one of the most underwhelming unique items actually in the game, if not the most underwhelming. Even for close range builds, even for builds centered around freezing and chilling, like my Icy Death Rogue, the furry build I made. Even with that one, it's just a waste of a good SWAT. You could put some good utility aspect on the boots, or even something like a mobility, the unstoppable mobility, Ghost Walk or whatever it was called. You could try and put that one even if you felt like it. And most of all, you could draw yourself better boots. Something with the multiple charges. See, this one's good movement speed, 26 movement speed, but it gives me the evade grants movement speed, which, again, I think the Paint and Greaves has the same shit. It's much better if you get more evasion charges there. For 9 out of 10 builds, you would prefer more evade charges. I personally like this on builds that movement speed is a thing, such as my Rogue or this one. But evasion charges would still be better if you really need to avoid stuff. Be able to do double tap or triple tap dodge at once.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you. Masterful work.
Give me some 25s. Come on, 25s. I want to do 25s. Anything under 25 is a bust for me. Fuck it, I'll just do 26s. If I can get a good 26s to craft in the first place.
Sublime.
Three 26s, let's prepare a few more.
Impeccable. Impeccable.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've got enough maps to run. Trying to get 25. Just go 26. It's not gonna be that big of a difference. Just a moment. Let's see. Rush. To the objective. I also think bosses like the Butcher should give a massive amount of experience. Especially the Butcher. That should be a big chunk of XP if you manage to defeat him. When my basic skill overpowers, it's pretty silly to see trash mobs getting one shot by it without even stacking basic attack, basic skill attack damage or whatever. I still haven't made a basic attack build, but I will make one. Especially if I get Staff of the Crown on the druid, especially if it's one with +9 levels to Quo. That would be perfect for my Stormwars 2.0 setup. People, videos pointing out the higher tier nightmare dungeons drop more ancestrals. Obviously. I mean, I rarely get sacred uniques when I'm playing on World Tier 4 in the first place. I do get sacred legendaries and I do get sacred yellows for sure. Wait, why am I fighting those? I don't need to fight those. That's not where my objective is. Where the heck is that fucking mechanical box? Uh-huh. That's where they put it. Okay, nice. Wait, did I level up? Yeah, just to be on the safe side, I forgot I spent the XP. 1 in the morning. Okay, maybe another half an hour or an hour. I could go eat, cook. What I do have is I do have some nice frozen pizzas that I use as bases. I buy basic margherita or whatever mozzarella and tomato sauce stuff, frozen pizzas, and then I put a bunch of mushrooms, jalapeno peppers, other types of cheeses. Um, I bought shiitake mushrooms, for example. So yesterday, on a pizza that has that just has mozzarella and a bit of tomato sauce, and the other type of mozzarella on it. What I did is I put blue cheese, I put shiitake mushrooms, I put jalapeno peppers, and what I did is I took an egg and I beat the egg into a homogeneous liquid, and then I poured it over that, and it became just the right taste. It became pretty good. So yeah, it's very nice to buy some basic frozen pizzas to make them into better than what some of the restaurants
What
sell
left you ask?
in terms of putting the toppings I want. Obviously, if I have the right type of dough, I could make myself a pizza and it would be much better. Oh, maximum disobedience. I finally found a maximum disobedience. Let's take it out and put it. Next, I need to get this damage reduction while healthy. This is Dex socket, so I'll need that Dex here as well. Okay, how is it? Let's see. He just woke up and came to my room. Although that's his room as well. He's purring, but you can't hear him. He normally does purring when he wants to get food. He's a chunky absolute unit of a cat. In food now because he's he earned it. That's his job to be the mascot of the channel. To show up every now and then and get royalties in the form of food. Wait, what map am I gonna run? I don't wanna run Onyx Hold. Guram Swims, probably not. Ancient Lament, I would say yes to that one. Like Asylum sucks. Yeah, most of the stuff with QO enemies sucks. Or you hate the bow rates. Yeah. The rates or Banshee or whatever it is buffing up the bow phantoms. And then they do that line AoE. Oh shit, I fucked up. I rearranged my gear. Fuck. Okay. More damage than the butcher. Damage reduction from distant enemies could help. But yeah, there's a lot of one-shotty things, but they do broadcast that they'll be doing the damage. So it's a little easier to see. But with the bug of the blighted... by the way, did they fix the blighted corpse explosion? Since you said you use it, did they fix the effect of it? To not be a massive poop. Oh, I need to see what it looks like now. Hmm. Oh, I might get that shrine. Because the thing is right next to it, so let's get it. It wasn't letting... Sometimes it just doesn't let me attack even though I'm not crowd controlled or anything. It just refuses to do my core attack. It's as if you're silenced, but you're not. think that this ultimate doesn't cannot overpower. Rank 71. Nice. Wait, why am I killing those? Okay. $134, not so much. I forgot which one which water was, so let's see. Hopefully it's not a shit one. Come on, come on. Oh fuck, it's snakes. Shouldn't have done that one. This one's normally good experience, but I'm not here for experience.
Wouldn't have made it without you. You're a saint. You saved my life. Wouldn't have made it without you.
Events and dungeons, they didn't give. I think it was just one of them that was broken. and didn't give experience, the last stand or something like that. Because so far I've been getting experience from events in dungeons before. You thought why wouldn't they give experience? It won't make sense. There was just one of them that was broken. I'm not sure if it was experience or something, but I noticed something about the last tent event in dungeons being broken in the patch notes and now being fixed. Oh, am I doing potion breakers? Fuck. I didn't realize I was doing potion breakers. I normally skip that. I love my potions too much to do potion breakers intentionally. Come on. Yeah, this aspect, I'll probably become level 80 before this stupid aspect drops. The one where shouts generate fury per second. I've been trying to get it and it just refuses to drop. And I had it in my level 50s. I had it for a while. I took it out. I imprinted it on another item, and then eventually I didn't expect it to be so bad to get. You're still trying to get yours? Which one? Which aspect are you trying to get? Gambling could help you get certain aspects, especially if it's a defensive aspect. It's super easy to get because you just gamble for pence, and the only thing you'll be getting is defensive aspects. Utility is also not difficult to get because helmets are defensive and utility, so not that big of a pool. But for example, things like gloves for utility, not great because there's offensive, and offensive is a ton of them. Rings with resource, it's the only thing that could give you resource, and it's fucked up because there's also offensive. So skeletons gain increased damage while alive. It's off the focus item. It doesn't only drop on focus items. Anything that can roll offensive can give you this. This is there is no rule where certain aspects that are offensive only drop on focus. If it's offensive, it can roll on rings, on weapons, on focus, on gloves, and on amulets. Obviously, it's better to gamble for weapon or focus. So pick one of those two and just gamble for that one. One-handed weapon or focus, because they're, I think, the same price. Yeah, I think it would be 50 for one-handed, regardless whether it's a focus or for a weapon.
All finished, are you?
There is no such thing as best chance. What? Who the fuck makes such a bullshit claim on a calculator? It's equal chance on every item that has that aspect for it to roll on it. D for life. Misinformation for life. Missing for life. They made up some numbers and decided to publish those numbers, I guess. The one build calculator you want to use is Wotrick. It's maybe not as fancy looking, but the guy is data mining information. And yeah, Wotrick, he's doing great on his website. I can try and grab you a link for it quickly. It's not as fancy, but it has everything you need there. It does have the aspects and uniques on the sides. It does have the paragons on top of the skill trees. It does have the class mechanics where possible, and it also has the Altars of Lilith, so you can click that you've obtained those Altars of Lilith, and it gives you those stats. It doesn't have as fancy items. It doesn't have that much of a fancy items representation for the SWATs, for the aspects and stuff like that. It definitely won't give you fake bullshit messages of what has the best chance to give you what.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Yes, my builds use this, and I also include those links on. I include links to that website on my on my website. I include links to Wotrick's calculator for the skill points and everything, so people can see it. I always include calculator links. My spreadsheets have those links, and my website versions of the builds have those links as well, so that people can open them up if they really want to see them, if they want to modify them. Because it's one thing looking at the video for the paragons, it's another thing to be able to click on that link and then, okay, I can see those paragons here that way. I see what he did here and there, but let's see if I can modify it a little bit to make it my own. So this guy has been doing good work when it comes to build calculators. I was using his calculator for Tiny Tina's Wonderlands as well back in the day. Let's see. $200 extra. Not so bad.
Sublime.
Another potion breakers. I'll do it. Hopefully it's not a mistake. Probably get to level 76 and level up my glyphs, maybe level up one glyph to 15 more, and then stop. But leveling one more glyph to 15 would take a while, because it's, what level is it now? 13. We'll see. But I'll need to stop soon to get some food in my system. You're nearly 70 find. You find it's nearly a quarter of a bar per dungeon. Nearly quarter of a bar? It should be between 1/4 to a whole third. And that's if the dungeon doesn't take too long. How long does it take you to clear a dungeon for it to be quarter of a bar? And also what level dungeons, like how many levels above you are you running? You're probably sticking to the 3 levels above you rule. You could clear them faster. Because yeah, what's important is not how much experience you get per dungeon, but how much experience you get per minute, per hour, whatever, for playing that dungeon.
Gold.
If you time it, it would be nice.
So
But 25% XP per dungeon of a level is my bare minimum I'm willing to accept. And definitely wasn't getting that much when my friend was carrying me on tier 43 dungeons. And that was at level 71 or whatever I was at the time. Wasn't letting me attack for whatever reason. Oh, come on. Oh shit, I forgot to pick up the other one. Oh, never mind. I was going there. I bet, my bet. Come on, come on. Okay. hardcore, overpower, and basic. If I can find a better hammer without the damage to stunt, it would be pretty nice. Like, ideally core skill damage, overpower damage, maybe all stats again, and then crit damage would be nice. I forgot which one this was. Let's see. Oh, it was those crusaders in it and stuff. Okay.
Why are we always the ones who get watch duty?
No, it's not the crusaders. It's bandits. Oh, it is crusaders. Seemed like they were bandits, but no. Fuckers, I didn't want to kill them. They'll give me experience.
Wouldn't have made it without you. Wouldn't have made it without you.
Okay.
You're a saint.
Let's keep going. Well, they're asking for it. I don't want to kill them. I just want to save the prisoners and leave.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Ten minutes with the event. Uh-huh. And how much of your level did you get?
I never thought I'd be throwing my lot in
And
on
what
this
map
level,
was it, by the way?
but here I
You can see XP on. Oh no, in terms of percentages, don't you kind of see the the arrows? There are arrows for every 10% of XP, and there's 10 arrows on the XP bars. Or maybe there's like 8 arrows and then the edges at the beginning and the end or something like that. I'll show you what I'm talking about, just let me finish this. See this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so that's roughly almost 10%. I think each one of those is 8 or 9% or something. Because again, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then with this one becomes like 11. So divide 100 by 11 and we'll see how much that is. Let's do it. 100 divided by 11 is 9.090900909 etc. 91. So every one of those is like 9% XP. Did you get one of those? Only one of those? 10 minutes, 9%? So that's less than 1 level per hour. %60 of a level per hour. Again, I can already see it. I've already seen what I've been getting, and I know it wasn't what I want to be getting. What I call a bar is this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 25% is what I personally would call a bar. Those other ones, I'm not sure what to call them. The arrows, the pips, whatever it is. And a dungeon should give you one of those at least, ideally, like one of those 25% bars, ideally 33% of your level, like 3 dungeons a level, or at most 4 dungeons a level is what I would consider good. Boss in 24 minutes. I might go and do it. What do you mean, noche? Noche?
See some steel you need? What's still got some good in it?
Do need good boots with movement speed and fury cost reduction. And the maximum evade charges,
Use
but
it
it's just
well.
not dropping those. Been streaming for 7 hours now. So I'll do a dungeon, then the boss, then maybe a little bit more to level up. I won't be able to get that CGU to 15 today, probably, but that's fine. Maybe I'll do another dungeon or two before I've leveled up. We'll see. But once I reach 76, hopefully I'll have the CGU at 15 by that time. But even if I don't, again, there's always tomorrow. See here. Oh, I forgot to return one of them before taking the other. Okay. This is not that far away, so I can do it quickly. Come on. Let's go. Next objective. To the demonic thingies. Next one. Probably here for the next. How many minutes? 16. I can do one more dungeon before it. I mean, I can actually do 2 more dungeons, even 3, depending on which ones, but let's do one more. Maybe. What the heck? I see. Let's keep going. One million in 10 minutes.
Why are we always the ones who get watch duty?
Definitely doesn't seem nice. Wait, where is the treasure room key? Why didn't I get the treasure room key? What the fuck is this BS? I didn't get the treasure room key. Fuck, let's go back to that other guy. If he dropped the treasure room key. Yeah, he did. Maybe I rushed too fast before the drop animation finished. Because I didn't see it. This one's only annoying because of those blinds. And since he stays in them, it's a little tough to reach him. Minutes, maybe another map is what I can do.
What's left, you ask?
Another one of those, but I already have two maximum road of this one, so fine. Okay, let's do. Where was that key? Okay. There's backstabbers in the map, so I'm trying to make sure I'm facing them frontally. Oh wait, I think I've missed. a turn. This one here should have, oh, yeah, it did have that one, the mage. Okay. Now the annoying skeleton boss. Man, I'm not treating, what the hell? I have over 40% regular crit, excluding bonuses from various other places. And that might trigger. Come on, spawn the bubble. There's time to turn my whispers in and then go to the boss. Get some more whisper stuff from the boss. Those whispers rewards need to be 10 times of what they are. Like, see what I do get now? 140 something thousand. That should be 1,400,000.
It is done.
144. Instead of 3 zeros after it, there should be 4 zeros after it. And the same goes for the Nightmare Dungeon completion reward when the bubble appears. If not 10 times, at least 5 times for that one, but the bounties definitely need to be 10 times the reward.
There are so many ways I can kill you.
This will be your last stupid mistake.
Let's go sell and trade. This is interesting. I might keep it. Okay, let's go back to the boss. I'll see the rest of it later. 100.
Hello.
Twisting blades, nothing new under the sun.
Greetings. Greetings. Hello. Look.
Tornado, again, nothing new
Hello.
under the sun.
Look.
The fucking copy-pasted builds. So many people take those fucking copy-pasted builds that were broken and now are not as broken but still super strong. Yeah, that's again I guess what you could expect, those 9%.
Look.
Got a trophy. Avarice is a gilded horn. Fuck the cry of a Shava horn. Oh, I got a better rapid, but it's still far from the 30% I want.
Thanks.
Okay, maybe one or two more dungeons and then I can go. Let's say one more dungeon and then I'll go make dinner. Your boots don't have movement for anything actually. Gotta get some boots then.
What's left, you ask?
And check my damage reductions. From elites 9%, from vulnerable 13.4, from close 42%. %, 51.9%. Well, yeah, you need to reroll one of those things. You have to reroll one of the things. For example, on the Necro, I don't think you needed strength. Let me double check. On the Necro, yeah, you need intelligence, dex, and willpower. You don't need strength. I mean, every class has one stat that is unnecessary to stack. For the barbarian, this is the intelligence. It only gives you resistances and barely anything. So yeah. While strength is the major thing that boosts your skills, willpower is pretty nice, especially for overpower damage, dex for the crits and stuff. But just look at the Paragon boards and see what is missing in terms of for every 5x you get y terms of this stat. And obviously the barbarian has for every 5 strength, it has for every 5 willpower, for every 5 dex. It doesn't have for every 5 intelligence. Which means you don't need intelligence for the Paragon boards. You need strength, you need willpower for some of them, for others you need dex. For the Necro, you don't need strength for your Paragon boards. You do need some willpower and dex. You definitely need some intelligence. But yeah, stack stats just because the Paragon boards need them. And when you're moving through the Paragon boards on a Necro, you should make as much as possible efforts to avoid strength nodes. The same way I avoid intelligence. See how I'm avoiding certain things if possible. Like for example here, do you see I could have taken this connection here and that would have been fine. But I took the willpower instead of the intelligence to connect this with that, to connect this one with this one. And this dexterity I will need eventually when this grows in radius. This dex would be within range and this one would be within range. So that's another smart thing to do. You're saying all stats could be rerolled to either int, will, or dex? What do you mean? Well, you can only reroll one thing on the items. You can reroll one stat per item, unfortunately. In a good game, you would be able to reroll every single SWAT as much as you want until you get the perfectly rolled item that you want. That would be a good game, but Diablo 4 isn't such when it comes to rerolling. And in a good game, rerolling won't get more expensive the more you reroll that SWAT as well. But again, Diablo 4 is not trying to be one such game. Sunken Ruins, Resource Burn, let's go craft. You checked all gear and you only have strength on the boots. Well, congrats on fixing it. Okay, this is gonna be the dungeon I do. You've got 24.5 movement now. Nice. That is extremely good. That's almost the maximum you could get on 800-ish item power item when upgraded. You could get 26 point something, even 27 point something if the item is like 820 item power or something like that. And if you get movement speed on the amulet, even better. Like right now my boots have 26.2 at 802 item power. And that's the maximum for this. At 820, that's around 27% roughly. This one at 760 item power, I have 20.3 movement speed out of 26 maximum. So that goes to 28, 29 movement speed at 800 and something item power, if you're lucky. And that's pretty good. Just from 2 items, you could get close to 60 movement speed. .6 on the amulet, not so bad. But is it a fully upgraded one? If it's fully upgraded, of course it goes a bit higher. It's either fully upgraded but very low item power, that amulet, or it's not fully upgraded. Because mine at 760 item power, the minimum it could get is 15.8. So, are you by any chance using a sacred amulet? Missing one upgrade. That is very strange. It's either super low item power like 710, 717, or it's sacred. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, ideally you would want to try to replace that with Ancestral eventually. But I guess I'm stating the obvious. Captain Obvious here. It's your last sacred to get into the next tier. Eh? You ran out of Forgotten Souls for the max upgrades yesterday. Yeah. Eventually people run out of those. Especially if you like me play a lot of outs and you have to reroll the gear for all of those outs. I mean, that's my 5th character that I'm getting to like 50 something. And I still haven't gotten to the second set of builds. This is the last one of the first set of builds I make, one for each class. Then I'll make another one for each class and then another one. And by that time, probably it would be too expensive to respec and I would have to wait for changes. But this patch definitely didn't make me want to play Seasons. It's still not enough, all the stuff they've done. Far from enough. $26.2 maximum. Nice. Although that's kind of squeezing every little bit there. Oh, I got 76 now. Not sure where I want to put the points. Maybe some damage reduction while healthy would be nice to avoid serious one-shots and stuff. You're on roller braids now. Necros do need that mobility for sure.
What's left, you ask? My hammer sings on your return.
And Necros don't have a mobility skill. Blood Mist would have been the perfect skill to turn into a mobility skill, even if it meant from an aspect. But what I think about Blood Mist, and I've said it a lot on my streams, is Blood Mist shouldn't have reduced movement speed when you use it. And the aspect that currently makes it that way should actually increase the movement speed by like 20-25% while you're in the mist. That would have been the better, more reasonable and more logical way to do it. Let me just double check something. If I extract this, oops, if I extract this
Elements for future magics.
and I put it here on this one, would it go better? Would it be better? It's 30% and this one is 33, so 20% is definitely not gonna be that great. Still, it's gonna be nice to have a spare one of this one. This is it for today. 7 hours and 38 minutes of stream. But again, I'm very tired. I need to go make some food and eat. Well, not really tired. I'm very hungry. More like. So thanks for stopping by and watching. More streaming, more grinding, more leveling my glyphs tomorrow. And eventually, bit by bit, I'll prepare for making that build video for this one. When the time is right and it's almost right. So keep it cool. Until next time, Struck Quip, and goodbye.